conference. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you all so much for being in attendance. Today is about celebrating. So celebrating herScript. We have UTSA herScript in the house. Where are you guys? Woo! We also have UNT herScript in the house. And then we have the UT herScript in the house. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So I'm really happy to see all of you guys here. For everyone that came from far and wide, thank you guys so much for coming. Today, we're going to be having lots of awesome keynote speakers. We're going to get to dig into the minds of some awesome innovators, so get ready for that. Right now, we're going to kick off with the mission statement. Can we get that on the screen? And everybody's going to read together. You know how in church they make us stand up to read the... I should make you guys stand up, but I won't. Okay, so on the count of three, we're going to read the mission statement together, okay? 1, 2, 3. herScript, Black Women in Tech Initiative, is a 501c3 organization. Oh, we don't have to read this, guys. It's okay. I'm not even going to make you guys read all that. I'll read the mission, okay? Okay, so this is kind of just about herScript and our mission statement. So herScript is a Black Women in Tech Initiative. It is a 501c3 organization dedicated to fostering an environment that supports Black women interested in pursuing a career in technology. So the goal for every member is to cultivate her story throughout her career while is gaining a community in the process. We aim to provide support through endless networking opportunities, corporate exposure, and promoting continuous professional development. Above all, we are committed to advocating for Black women professionally. Okay, so just a little probe. So who has gotten some type of like professional experience or opportunity from just being in herScript? Raise your hand. Hi, yeah. Okay, guys, so if you look around, those are testimonials. I'm a testimonial, too. I actually got my internship last summer with Wells Fargo from herScript. So, yeah, shout out them. Y'all got to tap in, okay? Okay, so next up, we're going to have a 2024-2025 recap. We're going to kind of just see what we've been up to, and we're going to have our lovely UT presidents Demi and Abena kind of lead us through that. So you guys give them a wonderful round of applause as they come up.
Hi guys, how are you guys? Guys, I'm so excited. It's like our first conference. But my name is Demilade Awashika Olumo. Most of y'all call me Demi, so y'all can still do that. But I am the co-founder and co-president of Texas herScript and herScript as a whole.
Okay, guys, I'm Mame Abna Boating, and I am the other co-founder of herScript, Texas herScript, and herScript as a whole. And yeah, we have a lot of amazing stuff in store for y'all today, so let's go ahead and get started. Period. So Texas herScript, woo! Okay, so I'm just gonna talk a little bit about our GBMs. This whole year, we had a lot of GBMs with a lot of new sponsors and a lot of new companies. We essentially made our GBMs more development-based and also fun at the same time. And I heard that our GBMs were the best GBMs on campus because people will stay for like 2 hours plus. We're all trying to go home. But we love it, we love it. So we're gonna go on to our next thing. So we're gonna talk about Her Collective.
Okay, who was a part of Her Collective this year? Right. And most of our panelists are Her Collective mentors as well, so definitely network with them. But we did have Her Collective, and that was our mentorship program where we connected our students, our members, to Black women professionals in the Austin, Dallas, Houston, online, Texas area. But we had a bunch of events. We had some professional development events. We had some socials. Yeah, so that's our Her Collective program. That's me still. And then we had our socials. So if you see yourself up here, shout out to y'all for coming to our social. We had a bowling social. We had all types of socials, honestly. We were at BSO for Black Student Orientation, and then we had her Wellness Day where we did acai bowls and yoga. That was my favorite because I love acai. I love acai. But yeah, and we did a bunch of like collab events with other orgs too. So it was a really fun year.
And then last but not least, we had our groundbreaking Tech Talks this year. Our highest Tech Talk had an attendance of about 90 students. And we had Tech Talks with companies such as JP Morgan Chase, Reddit, and as many companies as you can think of. And then we also included Afrotech on here because Afrotech is like an extended Tech Talk experience, in my opinion. But yeah, even from these Tech Talks, we had people get jobs, literally. So yeah, pretty much we did a lot this year, and now we are gonna move on to the next school. So, woo! Let's give it up for UNT herScript.
Yeah. Hey everyone. Oh, I forgot I'm loud. Sorry, y'all. Hey everyone. My name is Chiedza Dinga.
And I'm Selena Jai.
And we are the presidents of UNT herScript.
So a little bit about our recap of this year. We did some career talks. We did a lot of general body meetings and tech opportunities. We did just recently establish our organization last February. So we are getting started out, but it's been a great experience this year. So we did a career panel where we collabed with other organizations on campus and the Black Student Coalition. We also did a tech talk with PepsiCo, and that was a little bit about our career talks.
We had a lot of meetings going on, ranging from workshops, socials, community, volunteering. We really made it a point this year to be very well-rounded with our programming, not only working on ourselves professionally, but also working on ourselves as individuals.
And then with tech opportunities, we got to attend Afrotech with herScript. Shout out herScript for sponsoring us. So yeah, definitely join if you want to sponsor. It's real nice. I actually got a few interviews, so that's also another really big thing. herScript has really helped with that as well. And then we also got to attend an open house with this company called Ericsson. And then we also attended NSBE recently, and so that's where we, kind of connect with each other. A lot of the time, a lot of herScript members are part of NSBE, so that's, a lot of our tech opportunities that we were able to get from those conferences. And then we're gonna pass it on to UTSA.
Good morning. Hey guys, how are y'all? Okay. So hi, my name is Faith Afinkana, and I'm the co-president for UTSA herScript.
And my name is Ellen Elgin. I'm also the co-president for UTSA herScript.
Thanks, guys. Here's our board.
So we did have a lot of social events. Just to preface, we weren't official for most of the year, but we did try to overcome that by having some social events with United Health Group. And yeah, so we went bowling with them, as you can see.
And here's just some pictures of our professional events. So kind of like Ellen said, this year was nothing short but some obstacles, but luckily we had the support of the other herScript boards to really support us through it. So we were able to go to NSBE and Afrotech with the help of herScript. So yeah, just some pictures. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pass it on.
You guys give it up one more time for UTSA. And you can give it up for UNT and UT again too. Woo! Okay, so yes, if you look on the screens, these are all of our sponsors, and we just wanted to shout them out. I'll shout out just a few. We have Oracle, we have JP, we have Goldman Sachs. Guys, I'm telling you, I know y'all see Google up there too. Listen, join herScript, okay? Money's good on this side, okay? Okay. And yeah, so we just wanted to say a huge thank you to all of our sponsors. We do not take your partnership for granted. Don't take the money for granted either. Thanks. So yeah, next we're gonna get into our workshops and tech talks. Are we gonna get into those right now? Okie dokes. So I'm gonna have our lovely co-founders come back up, kind of explain how that's gonna go. And then yeah, we're gonna kind of break off into our breakout rooms, okay? Awesome.
Okay, so we're gonna go into our next session. So this is gonna be the fun part. So we have two rooms. This is the Voltron room, and the Apollo room is just right across over there, like 2 steps. So we have our Tech Talk and Workshop series. So this is where y'all can choose. Y'all can cater your experience today. So from this session, 11 to 11:45, we're gonna have our negotiate and advocate for yourself in the workplace. So negotiating your salary and then also advocating for yourself in the workplace as a Black woman or person in corporate America. And then I'll have Abena explain the workshop.
Okay, and then for the workshop, we're gonna have a financial literacy workshop. So all the things you need to know is like as soon as you start your job or internship, what is a 401k? What's a Roth IRA? What's an emergency fund? And there will be a little cute exercise to do. It'll be super fun and interactive, and I feel like that is really important because what's the point of making money if you can't manage it, you know?
Right.
So yeah.
So y'all can pick and choose. So this is the Voltron room. So if you want to stay for the Tech Talk, you can just stay seated. And then if you want to go to the workshop, that'll be in the other room, the Apollo room, and we'll have Taylor and Alina guide you guys to that room. So yeah, go ahead and move now. Woo! Yeah, Taylor and Alina are right there.
Are raising their hands in the back over there.
So this is negotiate and advocate, and then workshop is financial literacy.
Did you get water? Okay, no worries. Yeah, just take a seat. Yeah. Even if you need to sit like away from the lights.
Okay, so I guess it's just me, and then I'll Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I'm volunteer favor. She's the president of the Professional Women's Council, so she's very good at public speaking.
Okay.
And she's my professional development chair.
Abena. Okay, I'm gonna send you the doc. Can you put it on the panelist slide? Yeah, I'm gonna announce them.
Oh, sorry.
You want me to move it?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. Oh, you remember to unplug it? Yeah, and then
I'll just
unplug
do
it.
it.
That's fine.
No, the post is correct. The post is correct. We just need to make sure the slides are correct. But we can really quick.
Yeah. Do you have the link? Okay, so she's negotiation. Did you get it? Okay, I'm gonna start it. Go along that black wall. Yeah, girl, I'll help you out. Okay, guys. Thank you guys for waiting. How are you guys? Are we doing good? We're still doing good? We're not tired? Okay, good, because we got a lot in store today. So, is that?
Hello.
Period. Okay. So we're gonna introduce our lovely panelists today. Today will be our negotiation, advocating for yourself in the workplace panel. So our first speaker is Jennifer Sam, IT infrastructure project manager. So clap it up, clap it up.
Yes. Okay.
And then next we have Tiffany Savage, ethical hacker, cybersecurity. Yeah, anywhere.
Feel comfortable.
And then next we have Janetta Parker, marketing transformation specialist. She here? I think she's here. She might be in the bathroom.
Okay.
She's in the bathroom. Okay. And then last we have Naja McDonald. Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Should I go to the other side?
Okay. So once we wait for our last panelist to come up, I just want each of you guys to introduce yourself and just give us a brief background of like what you do, and favorite hobby. Let's make it fun.
Okay, hello. My name is Jennifer. Just a little bit about me. Broke into tech about maybe a year and a half ago. Graduated 2023 from UH. So sad about the finals, but it's okay. We're not going to talk about it. But for me, I'm an infrastructure project manager. So really, I work with teams from the conception of, pulling in an upgrade. Then we go through each day, checking on test cases. I work with the infrastructure team to get the testing teams any infrastructure pieces that they might need. So S3 buckets, AWS sign-ins, all of that. And then from there, I kind of work in coordinating the project from start to finish and making sure that we finish in a timely manner according to budget. Now, a hobby of mine, I like to make clothes, like to sew, so that's something that I do. And thank you guys, I'm really excited. You guys look great. You guys look great this morning.
We're excited to have you.
Awesome. I'm Tiffany Savage. I'm a cybersecurity engineer, an ethical hacker, and career coach. I'm currently working in Austin for Visa, which is a financial technology, a network of networks company, just to shed a little light on that. We're not a cards company. So currently I do web application and API security assessments, vulnerability assessments. So we run pretty much a methodology that is internal, PCI DSS compliant, as well as a whole lot of other compliance. So when you're making a product live or available to your audience in a production environment, or you are implementing what we would consider a significant change, not just a code base, but maybe an authentication flow, I'm the person who you have to get through. In short, we examine that change, right, against the baseline and understand what impacts any discovered vulnerabilities may have on the potential user. So we want to make that application behave in a way that it's unexpected to. And people hear hacker and they think malicious, but that is not necessarily the case. And we're looking for anything that is outside of expected behavior. And so while you will be looking for that happy path and ensuring that that gets, that goes live in a timely fashion, I am concerned with everything that is not her happy path, and understanding that from an internal capacity. Information protection? Everything protection. So DOP will be one of the lanes, but it sits outside of me. We have a pretty robust checklist, methodology, manual testing, a lot of things that cannot be automated but can be aided by automations and artificial intelligence. And if anybody's interested in that level of boring conversation, please find me afterward. One of my hobbies, I have a lot of hobbies, like master of none, but I love to make music, produce, write, and record music. It's one of my favorite things to do. So thank you, and I'm excited to talk to all of you all and happy to meet you ladies.
Love that. Hi, I'm Janetta. Forgive me for being late. I went to the restroom. But I'm a marketing transformation specialist at Accenture. So I'm pretty much just a marketing consultant, helping a couple different companies figure out how to change when it comes to marketing. So whether that's change management, meaning they have a new CMO coming into their business. So how do you make sure that those things work efficiently? They're implementing a new technology. How does that work? Kind of the top to bottom, making sure that the businesses are running efficiently. It kind of changes. It's hard to say exactly what I do as a consultant because it's very dependent on who my client is at the time. Currently, I'm helping a customer basically put on various events, so top to bottom, thinking about work back plans, thinking about how to make things efficient, thinking about measurement and analytics and making sure that just everything's super efficient, pretty much. In the past, I've also worked with marketing research, and so my background's in cognitive science and anthropology, so really interested in why people think the way they do, culture, how that impacts who people are, and so one of the projects, my favorite project that I've done to date was thinking about ads, and so what type of language should you use in order to build trust amongst consumers. So getting into the brains of people is something that I really like to do. And then outside of work, I have a photography business called Netflix, so I like doing that on the side. And going on walks, I guess, getting outside. I'm from Austin, so makes sense. Nice to meet y'all.
Hi everyone, great to see your beautiful black faces. I'm Naja McDonald. I'm a UT grad, hook 'em. I graduated in 2022. I am the influence and advocacy lead at IBM. I am the non-technical version of tech. I work in social media. So basically what I do is I work closely with our influencers. As you know, they break down tech, they make it easily digestible. About like our partnerships, we partner with a bunch different companies and also different events like US Open, Wimbledon, the Masters recently, Grammys, whatever, blase. So I partner with influencers for all the fun things. And then also I own a program of our top 200 internal advocates at IBM, just to have them show up on social, be good on LinkedIn. So if anybody needs help on LinkedIn, I'm your girl. I'm a huge advocate. That's where your opportunities lay. And so I just help people with that. So anything from panels, podcasts, any content that we need made, I have the internal people for that. And then for any external facing influencer roles like Tip and Tech, we work with them as well. So yeah, and then for hobbies, I actually graduated with an art degree. So art, I'm a painter. I'm the girl version of Candy Wiley, not really, but I love painting, and then also I do ballet recently, tennis, Pilates, yoga. I'm an activity girl, so anything that'll get me out there every week, I'm going out and doing it after work. Thank you.
Thank you guys for that. You see how Black women are just so multifaceted, like
Right.
ballet, art, everything, like, wow.
Work-life balance.
I love it. I love it. We're going to go ahead and go into our topic. So the first question is, what are the most effective strategies that you guys practice when it comes to advocating for yourself in the workplace, when there's adversaries? Because, you know, there's a lot. But yeah, just give us some effective strategies of how you would go about that.
Yeah, I can start. So I actually joined IBM through our internship program. I called it the Golden Internship, a junior year internship inside of a big company. That's how you get in. They give you an offer at the end, and that's what I wanted. I didn't want to struggle. I didn't want to struggle to get an offer. I wanted the offer when I was in college. So that's exactly what I did. But through the internship, basically, I knew that you can't like negotiate your offer. So I basically did like a lot of networking to see how I can do that, because I always want more money. You should always want more money. But I started doing this networking before I even got into the building. I literally looked through LinkedIn with anybody who actually did the internship and stayed on, because it's not really a thing. You usually do an internship for the summer. So basically, I met another Black woman, and it's always good to identify those one or two, whoever you can see. And she basically broke down to me the process of going intern to part-time to full-time, which gives you an automatic offer before everyone else, and then that gives you the ability to negotiate. But it's a lot of new steps. So not only do you have to focus on the internship, you have to focus on also being good enough to like give you that opportunity to stay on, and then the opportunity to negotiate. So I literally was planning that since before my internship. And it was a lot of more networking with higher up people at IBM. So that's exactly what I did. It's a lot of advocating for yourself. You have to establish who you are really fast in the company. And so that's what I did. I grabbed time with all the people that I knew that were the decision makers of this. That's exactly what I asked her. Give me the names of who is making this decision and let me talk to them immediately. But also the best way to do that process. So of course I focused on what I had to do during the internship. Of course you have your project, make sure to execute it, but also to continue building relationships with those that were most important voices to have my name stamped to move on. So I literally did that, and that's exactly what I did. I graduated early. I stayed on part-time, started full-time, and I negotiated. So just focus on what you actually want, know what you want to do early, and then have your game plan and do it. Really, that's exactly. You have to advocate for yourself.
Right, work your way up, work your way up.
Yes.
Yeah, if anybody else wants to ask or answer the question.
Awesome answer. I think what I hear from that is something that I'll caveat on, is something that I harp on. It's not like a very pleasant answer, but you have to let your work speak for yourself. We definitely deserve to be in any space that we can like work our way into. So I think sometimes there's a little imposter syndrome, and then there's the newness of things that can lend a little anxiety. And then folks are, more experienced. So when we talk about the word you used was adversary, we're gonna sub that for ops. You know what I'm saying? Like you have a work op. You know what I mean? And we're all on our own path. So is this a realistic thing? No, it's not. But like some people are in the workspace and there's competition and there's adversarial energy. But I think as long as you let your work speak for yourself, you will be able to then leverage it against the internal network that you are building. That's really a good point about finding those individuals who are going to not just be mentors for you, but there's this concept of sponsorship, and those are the folks that are going to bring opportunities to you without you even being around, without you even asking for them, that see opportunity for you that you don't even see for yourself. And so there's going to be things that, let's say, the senior director on that team, right, that hired the intern or the new hire, they're going to know about stuff a lot more in depth and beforehand than, let's say, the newest conversion who you might be homegirls with. So, having that really good work rapport with the decision maker, and then also letting them know, like you said, you were interested in stepping up from the beginning. So kind of if you're just doing your job and keeping your head down and not advocating for yourself, they're not going to know that it's you who should be put forward for these challenging opportunities. And then I'll close with that. Choose the challenging opportunities. You'll be presented with things that you may not know how to do, and this can be very intimidating. However, I challenge you all to look at those things, have one of those things at least a quarter, maybe even a month, where you're like, this is my stretch assignment. I have no effing clue what I'm doing or how I'm gonna do it, but that creates a good problem for yourself, and you can work through that internal ecosystem, and then it becomes a crucible moment for you and a story. So you're documenting this entire process. So when you have that conversation, you're not just spitballing like, I don't know what I wanna do, I wanna be here, I really want it. Your work is speaking for yourself. They've observed how you've leveraged these internal relationships, and then you can tell this direct story that says, this is how I'm delivering value against this place's objectives. And you can apply that to work or life, in my opinion, down with the ops.
I think that's really important. I think finding somebody that you can look up to as a mentor and somebody that can advocate for you in those high rooms as well. So that's a really good point.
Yeah, and speaking on the aspect of knowing what you don't know and then digging in and getting that information. So I didn't mention it before, but I work at Cigna, and obviously pretty big company, but you're going into it, I'm sure that they have, a specific set way of doing things, which they do, but really because of some of the things that are going on there, it's like a large startup. Multiple projects. We're making changes that are going to deploy in real time within a month. So like a lot of times it's very high stress, very hectic. There's times where you don't know, exactly what you're supposed to be doing, exactly how you're supposed to get every bit of the project together. And in those times, especially when everybody is on, high alert, you're gonna have to understand when to speak up for yourself, how to speak up for yourself, and then how to navigate those different relationships in a way that still preserves, how you're supposed to work in that environment. And for me, at first, I jumped in. It was really like jumping on a moving train. And whenever, you're getting projects, obviously you're new to the job. Can you do this? Oh yeah, I could do that, I could do that, I could do that. And then you're working on 4 projects and they're asking you if you could take another. So what I always say is to be strategically transparent. You don't, obviously if you have 4 projects, they know that you're working on a lot, but they want to see, can you take it a little bit further? And so in a situation like that, instead of being like, I'm kind of drowning under these 4 projects, I can't take anything anymore, just, change your approach
and say, you know, while I appreciate the opportunity to take on more, I want to make sure that I'm putting all my focus and energy into the 4 projects I have now until more capacity presents itself. So you're speaking their language and still being transparent about where you're at, but also emphasizing that you're going to prioritize the work that you currently are doing. And then that gives them trust, like, okay, you know, she's not opposed to taking on more, she's just very focused. So there's a lot of situations that come up, you know, say you don't have all the information to a project and you need more information. You have to find a way to exercise what you need while also preserving your perception in the workplace. Because again, we already have stereotypes on us that we're not, you know, willing to get out there, do more and all that. So you want to make sure that you're still presenting a good front and being honest. And the other thing that I would say about advocating for yourself in the workplace is to be consistent in what you're advocating for. You know, there's a lot of times where people will sit there and listen to you, but their goal is not to understand. And in those times, I mean, there's nothing you can do to control that. You know you can control your narrative, so you want to make sure that when you're advocating about something, you're consistent on what you've asked for. It's the same thing that you've asked for, and you can't control the rest. And if there is a situation where someone's seeking to misunderstand you and it's been going along, well, I don't think that that's conducive to long-term growth. So you also have to understand when it's time to go, right? So just making sure that you're being honest about things, especially whenever, you know, you're going to run into a time where other people in the workplace, it's not so green, it's not so quote kosher, right? So just remaining true to yourself and then understanding what you're willing to take and what you're not.
Reversing it back. The other thing that I will say, when I was interviewing at Accenture, I kind of did something similar where I was networking. I was at my past company and I was recruiting, but I met with other recruiters because I knew I wanted to be somewhere else. And so I think that that's completely okay, taking ownership of your career. But then also, in addition to that, when I got into the interview process, I was not advocating on my behalf. I said that I had not done consulting before. In reality, we've all done consulting. It's literally problem solving to some sort of degree. And so I think you also have to take ownership of like how you're communicating your value, because what happened is they came to me. I had 3 years of work experience elsewhere before coming here, and they told me that I should be on the entry level, and I was like, absolutely not. Like, there's no way that I should be starting at base when I have 3 years of work experience. So I do think we have to take ownership of how you're actually communicating your value, because sometimes it's not on them. Like, sometimes you actually made a mistake. You need to go back, recalibrate, and figure out how you can communicate what you can bring to the table. And I think part of that is, and we might get into this later, but knowing yourself, knowing your value, knowing your strengths and your weaknesses, because I think you can even say, like, they were gonna ask you, what are your weaknesses? Like, that's a common question that comes up, right? But knowing how you can communicate that in a way where it's like, okay, like, I may struggle with, you know, over speaking. I'm the loud person, but, you know, I'm working on this. Like, making sure that you have an idea of what you actually can bring, how you're a value add, how you're a culture add, if that's even appropriate to say in this culture, right? But I think that's a huge part of it for me, is like, sometimes I've been very quick to be like, oh, they didn't like me, like da-da-da-da, but it's like, no, actually, like, you may have had a hand in how they're viewing you, so you need to make sure that you're communicating efficiently.
Yeah, oh my God. Thank you, ladies, for such wonderful comments, like, and advice. Like, I've learned so much just by standing here. It's like, wow, maybe they liked me, but I didn't communicate in a way that they could even like me. Right. So I was like, oh wow! Thank you guys so much. I need to advocate for myself. Yeah, right. No, you know, from now on, I'm gonna be advocating for myself.
Main advocator.
Yes. Wow.
So I wanted to ask, as an early career professional or someone.
Can you also stand up, please?
Oh, yes. Hi, my name is
Introduce
Celine.
yourself.
I'm the UNT herScript co-president. So I wanted to ask, as an early career professional, like, how do you kind of like position yourself to pivot into a new role and like advocating for yourself to do that, especially in today's, like, I guess, economy or whatever, like the situation we're in, you know, the job security is like, you know, kind of tight, and like even just getting a job is not that easy right now. And so, you know, kind of like taking what you can get almost. So it's like, how do you kind of advocate for yourself to pivot into what you truly want to do? You know what I mean? Yeah.
I love this question. Thank you for asking it. I consider myself to be like, have a PhD in pivoting. Baby, I'm out. Okay. I was in the military. We turning, okay, a hard turn, okay, obstruction, I'm going the other way. But you have to be adaptable, right? Because it's very interesting, just a caveat, even the last question, we cannot control how others perceive us, number one, right? We should, and I don't even like to spend too much time on trying to imagine, right? Like you have an internal compass, you have a direction for your life, hopefully you have God in your life, you know what I mean? You're in tune with your own calling. And so when you're assessing where you want to be, how you've done, it should always be within the auspices of your own, you know, direction for your life. And so if it's a thing where you want a different work-life balance, you want to be in a specific career, you want more money, you want more flexibility. I personally navigated that during the pandemic, which was one of the hardest decisions of my life, to say, I'm not going to take anything that I can get. I'm going to struggle a little bit so that I can acquire a skill set. I think we make a lot of emotional decisions, not just women, but people, right? And so you be making a decision out of fear. You can be making a decision out of, you know, a commitment to an idea. Maybe you told your parents you were going to do this. Maybe you're this person for your friends or whoever. But once you get in tune and you're like, I want to go in this direction, do the due diligence. Beyonce's internet is powerful. You know, look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics, right? You can listen to news media, but understand it's slanted. You can read an article about a career, but understand there's an objective there that they're trying to push you into a place. So get that information literacy kind of hat on and look for actual information and research that's going to paint a picture of the career that you would like to get into. Is this enough money for you? What cities are the most like populated? Which cities have the most career openings rather for this particular thing? Are you willing to live there? What is the lifestyle of that career? Do all of that due diligence, and then I like to tell people to reverse engineer it. So if there's a optimal rec, I know you come from the HR world, you know, hiring managers don't write recs. They are imaginary, please check the box all. Like those people don't really exist that have all those skills. I want everyone in here to know that. But there's nothing keeping you from using that rec and going hard. You know what I'm saying? Reverse engineer it so that when you start putting yourself out there, you're acquainted with this new, you know, landscape of work and task that you want to be in, and you don't have the excuse of saying no one hired me in that, because we have open source projects now, we have GitHub, we have all of these ways that you can begin to do the work that you really want to do, even if it's a growth opportunity, right? Let's say I want to get into architecture, I want to know more about architecture. There's nothing stopping me from being transferable. Like, I did penetration testing, and technically in the 3 years that I've been scoping, I've been looking at threat models and I've been breaking down these architectures, how they're changing. But have we taken that 1 day, 2 days, a week to start journaling, to say, what I did today, how does it relate to future me? And so maybe even an identification with the future you. Like we kind of have an obsession with the present us. It's like anatomical, like we must for our survival, right? Like protect your body that's here. But become more acquainted with the future you, right? And how would that person move? What skills would that person focus on? And then prioritize accordingly. And the hard lesson is maybe you're spending too much time on you now, and you don't even, this is not your final form. So you need to be shifting your time management to focus on a skill set that's going to get you to the next level, as opposed to being kind of preoccupied and ran down with wherever you are. But it's hard to prioritize your time, but write everything down. Memory is fallible. Write it down, make a plan, and hold yourself accountable, and like count those very small wins. But you can do it, girl. It's feasible, trust me.
I like that.
Okay, so with that, like you said, I'm the pivot princess. Okay, let me just tell you. So I graduated from UH. I'm Nigerian, so you know we did the pre-med path, but that wasn't for me. And honestly, I'd never really thought of tech. I'd heard a little bit about project management, but I didn't make that decision. Mind you, I took Orgo, all that. Okay, I suffered through it all, and it wasn't until I graduated I'm like, I don't think this is for me. I was thinking maybe PA school, but honestly, I wanted to see what tech was about. So I came home, you know, no plan. But I knew I was gonna figure it out. And I think the most important thing, well, I'm gonna give you a list of things on how to pivot when you really don't even know where you're going. So number one, understanding your strengths and what can be applied to just a wide range of just any kind of profession that you could see yourself in. Then once you have those professions and you see what your strengths are, try and narrow it down to what exemplifies your best, you know, characteristics. Now, once you have an idea of what you're shooting for, you need to become obsessed, okay? And I mean, what I did, you know, I sat there, I researched, I watched videos, I literally went step by step to understand how do I get to this spot. Like you said, I really believe in connecting with your future self. And I think for a lot of people, like the minds, when they talk about changing your mindset, it can seem very woo-woo. How does that, you know, work into it? But you have to think about it like this. You know, when I first started interviewing and everything, I was very nervous. I was like, oh my God, like, you know, like you said, what if they don't like me, all of that. But then I had to change the way that I thought about it. I said, I had to tell myself, you already know what you need to do, for one. You already know what it entails to be a project manager. You've done this. This is what you do. I got into it because I'm very anal about a lot of things. I like to plan. That's just me. So you know that you have the skills to do what you need to do. You know that you're a quick learner. All you got to do is just get the material, study it, and you're in there. So then I started changing my mindset to being like, okay, well, I'm going to go to this interview knowing that I am a fit for the job. It's just, are they a fit for me? And if they're not, you know, we understand that that's what it is, but I'm not going to sit there and dwell upon it. I move on to the next one. And again, I think with applying to jobs, like you said, in this market, it's hard. Like you apply to a job, you think you're going to get somewhere, you fantasize about it, and then it's like, So what I had to do was incorporate it into my daily routine. Wake up, do my meditations, you know, sit outside, drink some tea, do my applications, do the rest of my day. That's it. So even when I see a job that's exciting, I kind of imagine myself in it, like, oh, that's cool. As soon as I close the application, that's it. I don't gotta worry about it. And I just do it every single day until it becomes a part of your routine. And I'm telling you, that's when it starts flowing in. Also, making sure that your brand representation is up to par as well, because there was times I had to, you know, I would be applying, I wouldn't hear back, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm doing everything. You gotta be honest with yourself. Okay, what are the areas where I can improve? What am I lacking? And I had to, there was a periodic thing where I was like, okay, well, I guess I could do my LinkedIn a little bit better. I guess I could, you know, up my resume a bit. You know, I should do these coffee chat reach outs, and I did. And that's when I met two of my mentors, and I think mentors are a very important step. How do you find a mentor? Girl, go on LinkedIn. Literally just message somebody, coffee chat. If you need a template, let me know. I got that already. But when it comes to these job interviews as well, I literally would sit there and practice all my answers. It was like a 70 card Quizlet. I would do it for fun, okay? And when I got it, now I'm in the interview and they're like, oh my God, wow. And I'm just like, sitting there and understanding that repetition, once you keep on going with it, you'll understand that this actually becomes a part of you. So another thing is, get off TikTok, okay? When I was looking for a job, I'm telling you, it was this video of this project manager I had followed and made me kind of want to get into project management. And then he posted a video saying, the #1 profession you shouldn't get into right now, project management. I'm like, anyways, that has nothing to do with me. Maybe for you, but I'm gonna get into it. And when it finally happened, my God, never would have made it, you know? So it's just about understanding that you have what it takes, okay? Maybe they're not seeing you yet, but they're gonna see you. And there's not another option. I'm getting into tech. I'm not going back to med school, not. So just believing in yourself, doing what you need to do, being honest about it, and then just incorporating it into everyday life. You got it.
Love this. Thank you, ladies. Wow. Okay, so we're gonna ask our next question, which is like in corporate and personal spaces, how can you advocate for yourself without feeling like you're constantly justifying or defending yourself?
I'll just start off and then I'll go ahead. So with the whole advocating for yourself, like we said, with the whole, tips to make sure that you're clear and transparent, like I said, there's gonna be people that seek to misunderstand you. There's nothing you could do about that. You know, you deal with that, and I'm sure there's at least one person you could think of right now. They don't want to hear what you're saying for real, okay? And you understand that. And I think, like I said, you know, you have to be clear from the jump. You know, this is what this is the stance that I'm taking. And when people say, okay, you know, well, do you mean like this? Do you mean like that? Keep it consistent, because if they try twisting your words, you try, you know, now they feel like they got you. They feel like, oh, well, you just said no. Keep it consistent, know what you're saying, and in those moments where you feel like someone is trying to make a fool of you at work, take a deep breath, close your eyes, because they're not gonna get me out of character. They're not gonna get me out of character today. So understanding that sometimes there's battles you cannot win, but all you could do is make sure that you're doing your best to advocate for what you need. And again, I want you to understand that even if you have an idea of how things should go, that doesn't mean that's the way it's supposed to. Sometimes there might be a situation where it's really an impossible one, and it forces you to find a different opportunity that could be way better for you. So you can do what you can do, but again, you can't control everything. You can only control your narrative.
I definitely want to pass it to you ladies, because I feel like I've been blabbering. But no, I just wanted to caveat quickly. As a Black woman, you will find yourself in situations where people are applying characteristics to you that just may not belong to you. People are perceiving you in ways that are layered based upon things that are outside of your understanding and 100% your intention. So I just encourage you guys to never defend yourself. You know, let God defend you. Like, let your credentials defend you. Let your manager defend you. Let the company defend you because you work there, but never feel like you have to justify your existence in a place. I know that you will be, I know we all are. It's not, you know, I still deal with this, right? But you just have to be of the mind, like, you're not in this space. Like, I'm not sitting on this stage with these amazing women for no reason. You know, I don't have to defend or justify. And when it comes to the workplace, there's not enough distinction here. Like, we are human beings in a workspace, but this is a job. We don't come here to express the totality of our identity over others. You'll find that some people do. Like, that's where they get their kicks. This is where I get my paycheck. So I come here to deliver against corporate objectives. And lucky for me, I work for a public company. That company objective is very loud and clear. So there's nothing for me to defend. There is the company's objectives, even down to the quarter. You know, if you have a great manager, down to the week. So when I'm speaking from a place of corporate objective and a deep understanding of how my job itself delivers value against those corporate objectives. Never defend yourself. Never defend the shoes you wore today, the hairstyle you chose, the color nail polish. It's not a, oh, you look, thank you. You know, so, but people will try you that way. They will try to rope you into it. It's a trick bag, but you know, I feel like they just leave it for us Black women and a lot of other women and men to that point too. But as Black women, I just don't defend yourselves. Like, we are capable, we're competent. Stick to the corporate objectives, stick to the org objectives, whatever it is, stick to the institutional objectives, paint a straight line between you and your value. Like, this week, I'm delivering value against this objective and it relates to this corporate objective. Nothing to defend, right?
I think how I handle, whether it's professional or personal, like, I'm very much myself at all times. I know that some people believe in boundaries. I'm not someone who really takes that seriously. People know me how they know me. But I think one thing that when I'm having these tough conversations with people, I realized over time that people much more prefer you to be upfront and honest about how you're feeling, whether it's like, I need self-care or I'm burnt out. Like, people are human. Even if they're your boss, they're human. And I think that COVID honestly changed the game. I'm also a pivot person. I moved in the pandemic from a tech company doing sales to marketing. And with that, like, people now understand, oh, wait, I need to block out my calendar because I have to take my kid to school. Or, like, I just need to do therapy, right? Like, everyone has an understanding now because COVID has made us honestly more empathetic, in my opinion. And so for me, like, what I realize is if I need to communicate my needs, my wants, anything in between that, like, it's better for me to do it up front because people do not appreciate people being avoidant. That's one thing they do not like. So if you need to take time for yourself, if you need to tell them, like, I need time off, I think I took this question more like self-care. I think that you just need to be upfront in the beginning because they'll just understand.
I agree. I don't have boundaries either. I'm like, I'm gonna go do it. Let's do everything, whatever type of person. Let's get it. Like, whatever. I'm an extremely confident person. I know my strengths. I know my weaknesses very well, and I'm not scared to voice that at all. I feel like this is who you are as a person, and people really appreciate you knowing yourself inside and out, and advocate for that. I think we spoke recently about skills and knowing skills, and you mentioned, oh, like, they said I'm entry, but I already had these skills. Everybody has consulting skills. That's exactly how I pivoted into text. I was in art, please. I was painting for 4 years, 3.5 years. And I got into tech because I noticed one thing. I was like, I'm doing social media. Matter of fact, I'm Gen Z. I've been doing social media since I was 7 years old, actually. And I found the one place where people look up to young people. Social media, right? That's how you're able to grow so fast because they legit don't know what they're doing, right? And I was like, guys, I live and breathe this every day. Like, this is what I do, and advocating for yourself as an expert, and like, barely, but okay, you know, as an expert of these things, and also exploiting your transferable skills. I did that consistently, right? I made a social media page. It does less than my personal page because I don't care for my art page, right? But I exploited that. in every interview. I was like, yes, I built up my social network. I made a website for my art. I have all these marketing skills based off of my art, right? And that was the main thing I talked about, right? And that's how you end up in tech. That's how you end up in a job that, people from all different, pathways and what they graduated in get to, so I love that. I advocate for myself. I never actually felt imposter syndrome. I don't believe in that for myself. Every space I enter, I earned it. And I think that Black people especially, they feel like they are feeling imposter syndrome, but really what they're feeling is real. It's not a syndrome. It's not in your mind. Some people don't want you there. Yeah, it's racism. Like, some people don't want to see you here. So it's not something you're like in your mind. No, like, some people don't want you there. And it doesn't matter because you already made it, right? So none of that matters. You already made it. Know that you belong and stay there. Really, the hardest part is getting in. Once you did that interview, once you're in, cool, right? I think it's easy to be scared about this job market because it is insane. But once you made it in there, like my life now, I never had so much relief in my life after college, high school. Honestly, high school was the hardest for me. College was brief. Like, literally, getting into college, then once you get your job, smooth sailing. Like, you getting a check. I don't work hourly, right? I'm getting a salary. I can do anything on a Friday as long as they don't find out. So no, that I think advocating for yourself, be confident in who you are, live that true and true. And I'm myself, inside and work and outside. Maybe a little bit too much, but I don't care. I'm still here. Exactly.
People, you think that these folks are hiring for skills to a degree, but they're not. No one wants to work with anyone who they can't like or they don't get, and that's where we see a lot of underrepresentation, right? I would argue that some folks they see the Black woman and they just may not see her in that space because they don't know her. They're not acquainted, with the possibilities of that. They've never come across that. But there are some really good folks, Black, white, green, yellow, blue, who focus on skills, who focus on personality, who focus on mesh. Like, is this person going to contribute to my team in a way that's going to push us forward, especially when it comes to technical skills that can be taught. So a lot of you all will graduate, and believe me when I say this, and I mean this with kindness, you really won't know how to do what the job is going to ask you to do at all. Respect to the law. Respect to your degree. I'm sorry, I'm a fool. Don't mind me, it's early. You won't have the curriculum is just behind practice, and we know tech is moving so fast. So like, the skill set that you're getting is really how to drop into a place, get the lay of the land, be strategic, achieve a goal, work with others, communicate effectively. So they say those things are soft skills, but you have to then conceptualize that soft skill into how you are going to work the set for your hard skill, if that makes any sense. Like, okay, boom, I did do project management, but these are the skills that I leverage. And I think maybe that'll make it real for you. So you're like, oh, okay, yeah, I am that girl. Like, I did do that. I can own that. But yeah, like, just be open-minded, be flexible, but then like own your power. I think that's what I'm hearing and learning from all of us, is like really own your power to advocate for yourself. And that may take some internal work. I won't say may, it will take internal work as you grow, because it's always gonna be something that's challenging and saying, okay, you're not, but those are external to you, and it is your job when you get to that interview to present yourself as the person who's gonna deliver value. Oh, absolutely.
I was just gonna say, it goes back to the question that you asked. When I think about how I pivoted, part of it, like very tangible step, we talk about resume all the time, but I had someone look at my resume who's in that industry, and they rewrote it for me. Yeah. Because, I love looking at resumes. Yes, shameless plug, but, right. I'm like, wrap it up. But the whole thing is like, with that even, there's certain language that people are using that you just don't know. If you're not in that industry, you literally don't know to use it. And you could be doing the exact skill set, you just don't know how to communicate it. And so when they see your resume, you're not even making it past a drop. But if you made it to the interview, like, you might actually get the job. So I think that that's one thing that really helped me is when I moved into marketing, my sister does marketing for Victoria's Secret Corporate, and I had her, I was like, girl, I need your help. Like, I gotta know these words, I don't know what they mean. I don't know the assessments that you do to start off a project, like, can you help me? And so I think that was one thing that was helpful. And also when I think about like how to pivot, I lost my train of thought. It's like in the moment. Yeah. Okay, maybe it's gonna come back.
No, I love it. I love it though. That's a great point. Even resume, when you get to the interview, that's why I was gonna jump off of Tiffany. I feel like if I make that interviewer laugh, I 90% got it. It's over. It's over. If you're likable, like if I want to talk about anything that's not a part of the job, when we could get to that level, like how was your day? You know what I mean? Like not 100%. Right. 100%. If you have not looked up your interviewer on LinkedIn before the freaking interview, you're doing everything wrong. I'm gonna tell you that right now. You need to find something on their resume or whatever their LinkedIn profile that you can resonate with and literally talk about that at some point in the interview. And we're laughing about it. Done.
If I could just add to that via LinkedIn, I know it can be nervous doing cold LinkedIn messages. It doesn't stop. Like LinkedIn is one of the largest B2B as far as like ROI. It's huge for B2B sales and outreach. So it doesn't stop. Like even I have to be like, excuse me, mister. Like, you know what I mean? Like so-and-so, whatever. So you have to continue to do that. But what I would say is like, this is not the old way where we just have a recruiter and then the recruiter is going to talk to the hiring manager and the hiring manager. I spoke to like early talent careers, they pushed my resume to 2 people who I don't know, and then it went directly to my hiring manager. So the job that I currently have, I did not apply for. Didn't know what the job was, like, but that first conversation was with the hiring manager, and we talked for like an hour, and it wasn't a screening, but it was like off of that call, she was like, I'm going to bring you on the team. And so like things will start to like open up for you, and like spaces will be created for you. And like to that point about the entry level, I transferred from non-technical operations at Amazon. I was doing like, concrete, stomping, line management for like hundreds of people in 1.2 million square foot FCs around the country. So not technical, but I had to rack my brain and say, you know what, if I would have been successful, what would I have done? And I built my entire pivot around that point of realization. Oh, okay, these are raw databases. If I would have been tight at this job, I would have learned SQL. I would have designed something that could do the predictive analysis. So just taking the time to understand that, not even to do it, right? Because I'm not applying for a job to do that. I'm just identifying how I can create value, right? And so using that to then say, yo, I can just have a conversation with this woman, with this man about my interests. And they're like, yo, you're passionate about this. And they're like, why should it be you? And I'm like, I have nothing to unlearn. That's powerful. When these are corporations, you know, research the negatives of being in corporate America. People are tired. Like that's why they want to replace a lot of these folks, because folks do not perform. And one thing that we do is we perform. Sometimes we overperform, like we doing too much. Go get some balance, go take, like to the point where they be having to say like, yo, Tiffany, log off, which is a good problem to have, right? But you wanna stand out. So like, why should it be you? Because you're gonna learn something new, because you're gonna take the initiative, because you are creative, because you can communicate and you can learn those things quickly. So don't just look for recruiters on LinkedIn. Look for hiring managers. Hiring managers are now, I don't know if it's in their I don't know how they told them they need to do it, but they're posting basically. So hiring the person with the money, not the recruiter. The person with the money is looking for you online, in person, in the conferences. Especially in the in-person conferences, that's where recruiters are there to make conversion. So you gotta think like, you have to start putting yourself in these people's shoes to start getting from them. It's kind of sneaky a little bit, but I'm a strategic communicator. Qualitative research, all of that. Like, what is their desire? How do I give it to them? Like, no shade, but they're looking for the talent. You show up, you're the talent, you're qualified, and it becomes a no-brainer because what they're there to do is convert. That manager is on LinkedIn to get qualified leads, and they will have conversations with you if you present yourself as qualified, but they're not gonna make you qualified. So I just encourage you guys to kind of like challenge yourself. Reach out to a hiring manager, reach out to a recruiter of your dream company. Like, you know, cast a wide net. We're all technologists. There's nothing. One thing that I really want to do is get off to that LinkedIn API. Now then, I'm clicking with Greece because it's like, who are all y'all? Like, you know, there's so many great people to know, and then now you have a database of folks that you talk to, folks that you want to talk to. So just go hard, y'all. That's in short, go hard. Advocate for yourself, use those transferable skills, and use these websites and Instagram too. Like the girls, I'm on Instagram. The girls are on Instagram. I don't like to be, but like low-key, we're there. And it's a great awareness channel, right? For people to find us, and you would be surprised. Just reach out, because it's about relationship building. Also, no one wants to feel like it's a transactional thing. Don't cold message me and then not follow up when I send you a link to a free consultation. Because what is your expectation that I'm going to do your due diligence for you when I don't know you or understand anything about you? So it's like, this is relationship building. It's not just transactional. Like, we do want to have an exchange of value, but don't be so transactional, and just, be open-minded, because you never know who that person knows, what that person is going through or what they do. So yeah, those are my 2 bits. Absolutely.
Okay, so what I was also gonna say, a couple things. I don't mind being a pest. Like, I also love LinkedIn, and I think that the more that you reach out to people, the more that they would appreciate it. Part of it is like, I think about all the many people I don't even hit back in my text. It's no harm, it's all love, but I just forget to hit them back. And so I think that that's one thing, is don't take everything personally. I was in sales, I got cursed out on the phone. I was selling hardware in this cloud world. Exactly, oof. So I think that's one thing, is making sure that you are persistent, you know your value, all those types of things. The other point that I was gonna make earlier that finally came to me was around jumping. You're not gonna always have, I'm very type A, very planned, color code, the whole thing, and you can't always make that plan though. Like, you can't always do that. Right now, I just got off of my last project yesterday, and I'm in between projects right now. And part of it is, in order to get onto my next project, I had to onboard someone, and there was a 2-week runway. So like, if I wanted to get on a new project, I had to be off of my last one. So you can't always wait for your next thing to happen. When you're trying to pivot, you can't always wait to have something. You have to go ahead and make the jump. Just trust that God is gonna have you. Your skills are gonna also speak for themselves. And so I think that's one thing that's at least top of mind when I try to pivot as well.
Thank you, ladies. Wow, a round of applause, please.
Okay, there we go. So you guys covered a lot of insights and advice. So we do have time for maybe 1 or 2 questions. Does anybody have a question for our panelists? I don't have any question.
Yes, I'll stand up. Hey y'all, I'm Adriana. My question is, everybody in here wants to be in tech, so I assume everybody knows SQL, Python, has done Kaggle competitions at a minimum. And aside from meeting, so no, what I'm really trying to get at is, for each of these different tech jobs, there are table stakes skills that everybody in the room has or has done. So if you're at a conference and you're trying to get your foot in the door, trying to pivot, how can you advocate for your uniqueness, like your what else factor, your wow factor? How can you reflect on that and journal about it, and then be able to include that in your story for when you are talking to a hiring manager and your story is like, these are the problems I could solve, this is the value that I can bring to you, and this is my salary. So yeah.
Yeah, for that, I think, like you said, understanding what your strengths are. You have to understand yourself through and through. I think if you're not a talker, it can be kind of hard to get out there. It's like, how do I even, present myself in that way? But I think you have to work with how you present yourself as a person. If you're not a very talkative person, but you're very intricate in details and things like that, I think it's best to, for one, highlight what it is you want to hone in on. Understand a way to connect, because again, I'm a psych major, so I kind of observe the ways that you can connect with people. And I think, like we said, a lot of people are not only hiring for skills. They're hiring to see if you're somebody that they could gel well with. So I think if you come understanding how you're going to, for one, uplift that specific trait that you have that you think would make you competitive, and also find a way to be personable. Like if you don't know somebody and you go up to them, for me, I start with a compliment. If we're not going on physical appearance here, then you could just ask a question. People like to talk about themselves. Like if you're in an interview, number one way that you can connect with the interviewer is just to seem curious, okay? A lot of people feel like even if you just ask them a question and they're just explaining or answering, they feel closer to you because they're sitting there and discussing themselves with you. So get them to feel comfortable with you, ask them questions. Don't, obviously you want to actually connect, and I think it's easier if you walk in knowing, I actually want to see, what I can learn about you. It'll make it more authentic. And then when it comes to bringing up that specific skill, just, come in a little humble, like, oh, I'm interested in this. Yeah, I actually, did this and that. And then they're going to be like, wow, I want to know more about you, and it keeps the conversation going. But again, when it comes to interviews, just going up to anyone in general, you want to get that connection first, and then everything else can come later. If they have to think, would I want to work with this person on a 40-hour-a-week basis? And if they can already see that, they'll start thinking, well, she doesn't have the best strengths here, but I could see that she could be this kind of person. So don't be worried if you're not a very talkative person. A lot of times, I'm not gonna lie, fake it till you make it. A lot of people will be like, oh, you're very confident, but half the time I'm giving myself a pep talk before I walk in. I'm like, you could do it, you could do it. And I'm like, hey girl, how are you doing? So don't be worried about that. You just gotta fake it until it feels authentic, and then eventually you're like, wow, I'm doing this, and I didn't even think twice about it, so.
I'm gonna be the bad guy. I love to be the bad guy in this capacity, especially when it's in a room full of me and us. We have to challenge ourselves to understand the technologies that we are dependent upon. So this is a broader conversation than looking for a job, right? This is about how are we casting, you know what I mean? How is this being cast as a backdrop, via AV, right? Are we taking the time to think through things that we want to work with and on, right? As a cybersecurity engineer without a traditional computer science degree, background, coding bootcamp, anything, nothing, I had to start very simply. What am I working with? What am I working on? Okay, if I want to work at Visa, did I take the time to understand what products that they are even implementing? What is their product? What is their offering? How is it delivered? Did I take the time to really work through that intellectually, right? And I think that we look at programmatic languages less like a tool and more like an impediment, like some type of competency that either we've never been acquainted with or don't have the capacity to learn. But realistically, it's like a language. So if you treat them like a language, you'll understand that you will get fluent the more that you're immersed. And they have no utility if you are not immersed. So the goal is to at least be able to say, this is the alphabet underneath of the product, because these are businesses, to your point. These are all just businesses, and technology is a tool. Programming languages are the alphabets of how the tool is actually implemented and how it is operationalized for a monetary value, right? So even down to which programming language is used is a monetary assessment, based upon the speed or the capability of the classes within the language. So are we on freecodecamp.com? You know what I'm saying? Did we even look at a YouTube? You know what I'm saying? Like to say, give me a quick and dirty Python and apply it to, are we using our Gen AI? Like, tell me what to say. This is the prompt. The girls they're catching it. Tell me what to say in this introduction or this code email so that I can exude better competency in programming languages. This is my background where I am. This is what I want to communicate, the level of experience that I want to express. And give me some, daily tasks that I can do to become better at this, right? One thing for me, I was not that good of a hacker when I started interviewing at all. I'm arguably not that good of a hacker now, which is the best way to be, right? Know nothing, and you'll go far. But I think we have to wrap up. But what I did was I documented my process. I went through OWASP, WebGoat. It's really hard. I shouldn't have started there, but because I did and I documented, I could tell a recruiter how it was kicking my ass. I didn't have to say, I'm this great, black hat hacker. No, it's been, baby, I'm troubleshooting right now. And they understand, because now, come to find out, that's half my job. I be trying to, you get ready like Mr. Robot, and it's like, you sit down, you're like, I'm more product manager than anything. I'm talking to product, why am I telling you about your product when I want to be breaking it? So just break it, break everything down, smaller boxes. This is a company made of applications, which are products. What's their tech stack? Use the public information to go as deeply as you can so that you're speaking from not a place of lack, but a place of interest and understanding. So you're not making shit up. You're like, oh yeah, I saw this. Yeah, I'm not really familiar with that, but I know that this is probably why. You know what I mean? Ask the internet to give you the gaps and then use your own competency to apply that to where you see yourself, honestly. Do not short yourselves. Just because you didn't take a coding class does not mean that you do not have the capacity or that you should not develop a competency in technical programmatic problem solving, because that is what will make you, even if you're not an engineer, the rock star in whatever space you are. You could be in digital marketing, you can be in marketing, you can be in influencer management, but your ability to, where's the data? You know, to even understand that this data is in this app. They got an internal website. Just that thought alone shows a high competency, because what you can do is talk to a systems admin. And even just the ideation of how you would go about that is a strong project that you can write up, document, present, talk to people on LinkedIn, and use as your story.
One more minute. Oh, do you have anything to add to those questions? Yeah, we can just do one more addition and then we'll close off after.
I think in addition to that, my sister used to always say, like, there's only one me, and I think that's the attitude you have to go into in any room that you're into, whether or not, like, it's about your personality, whether or not it's your skill set, whatever you can lean on, just recognizing that there's only one person like you in the room. I think for me, I honestly tend to lean on my personality. I think I also, I love to read the room. Am I coming off too strong? Am I not? Do I need to have more energy, less energy based on the person that I'm communicating with? So that's something that I'm always cognizant of. But I think that's kind of the biggest thing for me. And if you're not technical, I know that we're kind of sitting in the side that's not as technical. I think that you can still upskill yourself and become enough to be, or know enough to be dangerous. I think that's the thing. Like, I can speak to something. Like, I know how to speak to something. So I think that's the biggest thing for me. And whether or not you like researching, whether or not you want to take a class, I'm not always interested in that because I don't really pay attention long enough, to be frank. But like, I love a podcast, or I love, you know, like find other ways of learning where you can still get the information that you need to get, but it might not be the traditional way, so that if we're having a conversation, I can at least speak to you about it. That's the base, you know. And then if I don't know the answer, I've made enough relationships where now I can call Tiffany, like, hey girl, can you explain this to me real quick? I have to hop on a call. Right, like, give me the TLDR, because I'm not gonna read this, right? So I think having the connections will help you fill the gaps when you don't have the information yourself.
Okay, can we give a round of applause to our panelists? So that was a lovely, lovely discussion. I would advise you guys to network with them during lunch, which is 1 to 2. We're gonna get their LinkedIn, you know, what they just talked about, networking, advocating. These could be the people in the rooms for you. So let's give another round of applause. And thank you so much to our panelists. Okay. Let's do a picture. Yeah. So cute.
Too cute.
Oh, one more.
Paparazzis.
Okay. Okay, guys, how did we like those series? Did we like that? Okay. Let's see. Abena?
Okay, so we are gonna go ahead and work on transitioning to our next session. How are y'all feeling? Let's get a room temperature check. Woo! Okay, so I guess we'll have one person from each session say what was their favorite thing. So yeah, who would like to volunteer that was in this session? Okay. So for our, you can talk about the financial literacy one. And then say your name and your school and, yeah, maybe a fun fact, so.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dara. I go to UTSA and I major in information systems and I'm a sophomore. And I was in the financial literacy workshop. My favorite thing that I learned was the importance of budgeting and understanding the things that you really should focus on, like whether you need to pay off your debt or if you need to invest, things like that. So I really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Okay, would anybody like to share from design? Oh, no, the Tech Talk?
Oh, no, I can say. Hi, everyone. My name's Hikma. I'm a junior here at UT, majoring in business analytics. My favorite part of the last panel, which was the negotiation and advocacy, was really just seeing, I think, more Black women than I've ever seen in my life just be so like unapologetically them, like showing me that it's okay to like show my personality in like a corporate professional setting was really impactful, and just being able to understand and see like, of course they have jobs, like look how they're being themselves, like of course they're in this position, like if I be myself, I'm gonna get the job I want and I don't have to act like somebody else.
Right. Love it. Thank you, Hikma. Okay, we're gonna move into our next session. So that's from 12 to 12:45. We have the Tech Talk here again, and we have another new set of panelists, which we're so excited for. And then that's the ethics of AI, so really popular topic. And then
we'll go on to the design thinking panel in the smaller workshop room. It's gonna be really fun. We'll have another set of panelists for that, but it'll be interactive, creative fun, especially if you're interested in UX research, design, human-centered thinking, all of that good stuff. So yeah, let's go ahead and transition. So yes. And then you can follow our people in the back, Olivia, if you are ready.
So if you want to go to design thinking, please follow Olivia. Everybody's AI? Okay, design thinking is moving to the other room.
Is it with a banner?
The one on the screen.
Okay, you're using one mic, right?
There's 3 mics.
Okay. So the other person can be the panelist. Okay.
So are there students from like all over? Mm-hmm. Yeah, wow, it's not okay, you wanna get
Okay, so if you are in the ethics of AI panel, please make your way to your seat. Thank you. And then we're also going to be welcoming our panelists up as well. So, yes.
Okay, it's on.
Okay, so yeah, welcome to our Ethics of AI panel. Woo! Okay, so we're essentially going to be going through a session more about more policy, less, I would say, technical speaking. But when it comes to AI, there are a lot of things that need to be regulated and also rechecked. So yeah, we're going to go ahead with our beautiful panelists. I'm going to let them introduce themselves here. So yeah, we're going to start with Adriana.
Hey everybody, I'm Adriana Sini. I have about 7 years of experience in tech. I started in tech sales, and then I moved on to work at 3 startups. My first startup I worked at built the technology that enables all of us to get same-day groceries, so that was fun. Yeah. Small flex. And then I went on to do venture capital for about 2 years, where I researched and deployed capital to other small startups in the area, particularly for HBCU students. And I was at Dell for 3 years and 7 months, where I worked on a lot of different projects in AI, machine learning, basic data products, and business intelligence, definitely an end-to-end experience. And now I work in asset management as a senior associate, where I am leading enterprise-wide data products and solutions for every single business unit. And that also entails AI, machine learning, same thing.
Hey y'all, happy to be here today. My name is Brianna Bradshaw. I'm a Java backend engineer. I have about 6 years of experience, and I'm a UT alum, so hook 'em. I have a formal background in computer science, and my concentration was cybersecurity. So I'm interested, but I actually haven't worked in cyber, so that's still something I'm interested in pivoting to. So Janetta, I'm gonna talk to you about that. But yeah, so professionally, I worked at Citibank out of college for a couple years, and then I went to Google as a backend engineer, and then I got laid off a year later. So we had to pivot, and now I'm back at Citi doing architecture and engineering. But I'm very interested in cyber. I feel like this is the next wave and probably the next space to really be focused on moving into. So yeah, I'm excited to be here today and talk with y'all.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Nakia Tharbs Becerra, but you can just call me Kia. Whenever I do these panels, I feel like I got to use the whole professional name. But I also like to start off by saying I encourage everybody to look up a TED Talk called Squiggly Careers, because when you hear their backgrounds, that's like right up the tech alley, but mine is definitely all over the place. I graduated with a degree in elementary education, and so I was a teacher, a principal, and then I was the director of academics in Austin ISD before I transitioned into the tech world. So I've spent most of my career in public education, and I've been with Dell Technologies for the last 3 years. And so I was fussing at my former colleague, I'm gonna say that. I'm like, how do I see you at panels and events more than I see you at work? But I'm super excited to be here. And currently at Dell, I manage a program called Girls Who Game. And so I focus on introducing young women to STEM, so hopefully they can see themselves in this career trajectory later on in life. Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and start with our first question. So essentially, how regulated do you think AI should be? In your day-to-day work, do you think that AI is more helpful, or do you see it being more harmful for certain users?
Okay, so I'll take this one first. I think really that it depends on the industry that you're in, whether it's helpful or harmful, and how you leverage that skill, right? So for instance, in tech, right, my company did the largest GitHub Copilot rollout. And if you don't know what GitHub Copilot is, it's an AI assistant in your code editor that helps you code over time. So a lot of people see like the news like this and think, oh my gosh, AI is coming to take our jobs. Not really, it's got a long way to go. But this is the time to really learn and take advantage of those skills so you can take them with you. Now, let's say, for instance, you're a writer in an art or a musician. Those kind of fine arts are more vulnerable to exploitation through AI. And I think this is where those guidelines of like regulation and copyright, all that kind of stuff really comes into play. But as far as transparency is concerned with AI, I think that it needs to be explainable at all ends of the spectrum. So the users, the company who's creating it, everybody needs to understand what this tool is doing and how it impacts the people that it's targeted for. So plain language, transparency is so important, and it needs to be built into the design and not just an afterthought, once it's on the market. So,
I think I can answer the part of the question about, you said, does it make our work better or worse? I would say being in the knowledge worker industry where we're getting paid to think and do, I would say at first there was a lot of fear around if AI would replace our jobs. But 3 years later, or however many years later that hype started, it actually allows us to work a lot faster. When my manager comes to me and says, I need a deck about a strategy, I can just go to Copilot instead of having to work from a blank page. And that allows us to get more business done faster, to work with our counterparts faster. So I would say a lot has changed from the initial hype of, is this gonna replace our jobs? Is it gonna make it worse? To now that people know how to use it, know how to interact with it. And I mean, all humans aren't completely unethical, so we all, at a minimal, have like an internal compass. So we kind of figured out and adapted how to use it ethically on our own. But I still think there's a lot to do in terms of regulation. If we're gonna use AI to make decisions that affect millions, hundreds of millions of people and affect hundreds of millions of dollars, then heck yes. Like I work in asset management where we're building funds and making investments on behalf of thousands of people with hundreds, trillions of dollars. We absolutely cannot use AI to make that decision. It has to be a human. And if we do use AI in that workflow, then we have to document it and report everything that we do to regulatory boards. So we have seen progress in that regard. And I'm just curious to see about how other industries catch up.
So the only thing I'm going to add is that AI is moving at light year speeds ahead of regulation. I don't know if you are into politics or keep up with that, but the Secretary of Education last week referred to AI as A1 sauce. And so I say that because I think it's important as students, as the next workforce, our next generation, you guys are gonna have a huge part in telling the story of how we can use AI ethically. As students, most students are using generative AI on a day-to-day basis, but when you think about the efficiency of your work, you can demonstrate the ethical use. And so it is because of us and our stories of how we use it that will inform regulation and policy.
Okay, great. Okay, so the next question is, do y'all think that large tech companies should have the most amount of open source data when it comes to Black and brown individuals and also lower socioeconomic groups? Yeah, so just what are your opinions on that and what are things we can do to change it?
I think if the audience or the direct consumer of that company are Black and brown people and they use that product or service to improve their lives or help them in some way, then yes. I think tech companies would absolutely need the most amount of data on that particular demographic in order to build the best products, because we've seen countless examples in healthcare, for example, where hospitals are using AI to make decisions around like insurance and other decisions, but they're only using like quantitative cost data, money. They're not even considering the health needs of that demographic. And they're saying that, oh, a person doesn't need insurance because they spent less on healthcare, when there could be so many other different factors affecting that person that they're not considering in their data. So that would be one example.
Yeah, I agree with what you said about needing as much data as possible to get the best results for the people impacted by that. I think one thing that we need to keep in mind about AI, especially in regards to underrepresented or unrepresented communities, is that AI doesn't happen in a vacuum. So yeah, these data sets are very important, but I think what's equally important is that there is representation on the teams that build the AIs and train the AI. Because bias is built into everything. Like for instance, when Samsung first released the Face ID, I guess, for their phones, it didn't recognize Black faces. And that's because Black people weren't in the rooms making sure that the tool was equitable for everyone. So just as important as it is, yes, to have those complete data sets, I think it's very important to have representation in the room behind the tool as well.
And the last thing I'll add is that we as Black people, we are magical. We produce and create some of the best content and products in the world. And so when you think about the use of AI, when it first came out, our data sets weren't included. So an example I'll use is I uploaded a picture of my father. He's a Black man. He was wearing a suit, and I said, turn this into a coloring page. And I just assumed it would make an outline. But it turned it into a white man with blue eyes and wavy hair. Y'all, the picture, my dad is a bald Black man, okay? So I like to throw that out there. And so I say that we have to think differently about how our data is given and shared in these spaces, because if we're excluded, then we're always going to not be included in the products or what's generated or the outcomes. And so I think that there should be some regulation around it. I think that depending on what you're trying to do determines what access to the data you have. But we definitely have been excluded for far too long, and we need to think differently about what inclusivity looks like for people of color and people from marginalized communities.
Okay, so we're gonna make this a little more interactive with Celine, and Celine is gonna lead us through our open forum discussion where students will essentially go through and ask questions, and so Celine is gonna lead that.
Hi guys, I'm Celine. So I guess we can just go ahead and get started. If you guys have any questions that you'd like to ask the panelists, you can go ahead. You can just raise your hand to signify that you want to ask something. Go ahead.
My name is Victoria. I am a junior at UNT. My major right now is cybersecurity. I am thinking of getting my master's in AI. So my question was, how do you think I would be able to pivot that and add that to like my career and everything like that? Because I also have a minor in criminal justice. So I was just being like thinking like, because I do plan on graduating next spring, so I've just been thinking of how I'm gonna pivot that into like my work or like my future, and how I'm gonna, you know, make everything, like all my majors and everything kind of work for me, if that makes any sense. So I've been like learning a lot about AI because I do find it fascinating, especially when you said you put your dad in. I put my dog in because I say like as a trend, my dog is dark, like he is a black dog. That's my Black man. They put him as a white boy on that app, and I'm like, that's not my dog. I'm sorry, my dog is a Black boy, not that. So yeah, that's just my question.
So I'll start on this one just because I can relate to having different work experiences and trying to figure out, like, I'm a mom. I've been in the workforce for almost 20 years, and I still wake up and say, like, what do I want to do with the rest of my life, right? So I'm going to put it back on you just a little bit, right? You are considering 2 degrees that are going to be incredibly needed in the coming years. I want to say the last time I looked at data, there was just, over 75,000 vacant cybersecurity roles a couple months ago, right? And so the demand for cybersecurity is huge. With the revolution of AI, I think that's only going to increase the need of people in cybersecurity, as well as the folks who really understand the ins and outs of AI. I'm not the technical speaker, but I can speak to preparing the future workforce, and I know that that is a huge thing we're working towards. So at Dell, we have a partnership with the local school districts, and we funded out their cybersecurity labs. We've trained their teachers, and we've partnered with the community college for a track for students to get the career industry certifications for cybersecurity before they graduate high school. And so with cybersecurity, you don't necessarily need a college degree. There are certain certifications that people are looking for. And so we're trying to be very strategic of like, what is the fastest way we can get people prepared to do this job? So I think you're on the right track, but definitely use your networks. I'm not the expert. Find people in those fields who can coach you into being what you need to be.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Okay, so you said cyber, AI, and criminal justice, right? Okay, so there is a huge intersection between criminal justice and cybersecurity. And I think that is a really great area to focus on, especially with the AI being incorporated into that. So I think where you need to be is in spaces like this and different tech conferences. There's plenty of cyber conferences in Austin, at least, and around the country, that are gonna get you in front of the people that can teach you what you really need to know and to show you how you can best impact or deliver impact. So yeah, I think that you're on the right path for sure. And there's a lot of opportunity for you, regardless of what you choose.
Yeah, I think y'all covered most of it, but really good. But I'll add one thing, because I started in business marketing and I eventually transitioned to data science, and now would consider myself kind of an engineer. But the way I did that was I knew that I was interested in business, same way that you're interested in criminal justice. And so thinking about how does machine learning, AI, data science influence criminal justice outcomes? What problems does it solve? How do these new technologies enable the different problems that you're passionate about within your field? And how do you fit into that? So not just learning the coding and the programming, but learning how to use these technologies to inform better criminal justice outcomes. And I think a perfect example I sent Mame a research paper from Stanford where one of the Black women professors there did an entire machine learning project specifically for criminal justice organizations. So things like that, doing that research about how AI is already used in the field and envisioning yourself solving those problems. My doctor.
Okay. Yeah, we can. I'll have Paula go. She had her hand up before. Can you stand up and say your name and who you're with?
Hi, my name is Paula, and I'm with UNT herScript. And so I actually had 2 questions. Is that allowed? Okay, cool. So my first question is, as someone who's interested in going into AI or like specializing in AI, but I also care about the environment, it's just really hard to understand, like, I do want to harness its power, but I know its effects on the environment. And so just like, what do y'all think about that, the ethics of like the sustainability of AI and how much energy and resources that it's using, if y'all have an opinion on that?
Yeah, I have an opinion on that. I think like every time we make a call to ChatGPT, it takes like 1 bottle of water. And I think there's a lot of hype around AI. It's like we can make a lot of cool technologies that are flashy and we can talk to chatbots. But if it's ruining the environment, the costs don't justify the means. And so I would say, as someone who's interested in that intersection of AI, but also beneficial, being that person that can think of that complexity in ways that, okay, if I'm going to use AI and it's going to cost me all of this in the environment and data centers and everything else, is the benefit of my users better or worse? And if not, then if it's a cool technology, then it doesn't really matter.
I also have an opinion on this. If you would have asked me this question about 5 months ago, I think I would have had a different answer for you because of the state of, the environmental research and what's being done to sustain our environment now. But I would say that, knowing the consequences of using AI, really, what I want to say is you should use it intentionally. So make sure you're using AI with a purpose. And so, at the end of the day, if that net benefit is worth it to you, then it's your decision to make. People are going to use AI regardless. There are a lot of people who don't care. So I don't know. It's kind of like this balance because the environment is going to be impacted either way it goes. And so, do you think that your usage is going to really stand apart from what everybody else is doing and make a big enough of an impact for it to be worth it for you? I think it's a really personal question at the end of the day.
And so a lot of tech organizations have teams of people internally that are looking at the impact of their organization on the environment. And so at Dell, I work under the umbrella of that organization and the Giving an Impact team. And so there are conversations happening every day, and the end consumers are the ones who are asking those questions. What are you going to do to protect or keep the environment safe? And so there are lots of conversations happening about that. But again, with the speed of AI, I think we're behind, and we've got to figure out how to move faster to address those concerns because there will be long-term impacts that we don't know yet. It's one of those things, we don't know what we don't know. And we're working in a world where we are trying to solve problems that didn't exist 20, 10, 5 years ago, right?
Awesome. You can get one more.
Thank you so much. My next question was I wanted to hear y'all's thoughts on AI's effects on decision making. I know some people use AI as a counselor, as a therapist, or just daily to make their decisions. I don't know if any of y'all are interested in medicine, but its effects on the prefrontal cortex, how you actually use your logic and things like that.
Yeah. I would say the only way I can answer that question is from my own perspective. It's whenever I'm tasked with thinking and I immediately go to ChatGPT, it's my responsibility to be mindful of, okay, am I gonna get in brain rot if I keep using this? Let me spend 20 minutes just thinking through it, thinking through the problem, and then I'll go to ChatGPT to fill in the gaps. But breaking that habit of going straight to ChatGPT whenever I'm in a problem is something that I had to actively work on, especially at work, because I make money off critical thinking. The company pays me to think, so I gotta keep exercising that muscle.
Yeah, I definitely agree with what you said. Yes, flexing that muscle of not having ChatGPT be your first resource to solve a problem is very important. And what you were saying about using ChatGPT as a therapist, though, she earns her pay. She earns that $20 every month. Yeah, but I'm just, I'm being real. She definitely does. And I think that it's really useful for that because there's so much. I think for those big complex problems that you can't necessarily hold all the information in your head at one time, ChatGPT is a really great tool for that. Especially when it comes down to psychology and how the mind works and how other people operate in the world. I don't know. I just think all of that is so interesting, and it has saved my butt a couple times. So, yeah.
So as students, if you are using generative AI for assignments or helping you get your classwork done, I would challenge you to do the initial drafts. Write it first, create the presentation first, and then do your prompt engineering to make your work better. I joke with my sister because she uses a lot of different AI tools as she's editing and proofreading her dissertation, but I'm I did mine before AI. I had to write all of this by myself. And so that's another way that you can continue to work those brain muscles. And then I also like to say you have to have a level of discernment, right? So I can usually tell immediately when I've been given something that was generated by AI and has no human input. or corrections or updates. Like, I know that you don't talk like this or write like this on a day-to-day basis, so this did not come from you, but this is wonderful work, but let's figure out how to make it better, right? Because they're gonna think it's perfect. So I just encourage you to continue to create your own original work and use it as a tool to make it better.
Because at work, I'm on the strategy team, and like I said, like we're the thinking brain of the company, and so we've gotten to the point of using AI to give us a starting point on what to think about. It's like we have this problem, give us a framework. Okay, once you give us a framework, we're gonna close out AI and go think. Also, I don't know if there are any programmers in here. Somebody mentioned they're studying AI, but I also have to code prototypes at work, and I used to use ChatGPT to do it, but I felt like my brain was like I felt like I couldn't code from scratch anymore. And so I got to a point where it's like, okay, don't give me the Python code. Just give me the different things that I need to think about in order to write the code myself, and then I'll come back and get feedback. So using it as sort of like a partner instead of the person that's thinking for you.
Yeah, I would say there is a lot of, like when it comes to development, there are a lot of problems that AI is not equipped to solve just yet. So definitely using it as a tool rather than your crutch is very important. Especially if you're trying to get into tech or be an engineer, the way that you think and solve problems is going to be one of your number one skill sets, right? And so you really want to make sure that you are equipped, when you're given new problems, that you know how you're going to solve it. Because if the internet goes out tomorrow, what are you going to do? Right. So the world existed before AI and it will exist after. And I think, leaning towards what you can do yourself is always going to benefit you more than using that tool. I'd also say call somebody. I mean, AI is like a jack of all trades, right? Master of none. I bet you there's probably somebody in your life that that knows more about what you're trying to learn than the AI does. So definitely get that call around, get diversity of opinion, and that can really inspire you to come up with your own ideas as well.
I wanted to add to what you just said about how we're being challenged to solve and think through code. Prior to the job I have now, the interviews, they would literally put the prompt in ChatGPT and then would tell me, okay, read this code back to me and tell me what it's doing. Yeah, they were like, what problem is it solving and what is it doing? Like, I didn't even have to code, but I had to talk through the code in plain English and show them how I thought. I don't know if y'all have had that experience, but there are definitely interviews out there like that.
All right, thank you. We have time for 4 more questions. You can go, Zion.
Hello, my name is Zion, and I'm with UTSA. So my question is, how do we balance the benefits of AI with individual privacy rights?
I think that comes down to you doing your research. If
I'm actually working on a project right now on this. So we're having to figure out how to track productivity. We need to know what people are doing, how much it costs, so we can keep overhead low. And that entails us to use everybody's data, like all of their personal information. And like you said, the trade-offs is the ethical dilemma that we're in right now is if we don't use AI to solve this problem, we'll actually infringe more on their privacy because we'll have to track their every move on their computer and collect more data from them. But if we use AI, we can minimize the amount of data that we collect from them. We can hide certain personal attributes. They'll actually have more privacy instead of having to collect their every single move if we hard code it. I haven't seen that talked about in like widespread public discourse, but in the company, that's something that we're working on. And I realized that, and I was like, wait, we can just use a machine learning model to train the information that we already have instead of trying to collect more information from them and watch their every click, watch their every location. Like, that's too much. We have certain pieces of data, we have years worth of it. Let's use that and see if we can do something with it. So being able to think through that, I think is really important. Yeah, I don't really know a how, but it really just takes someone who is mindful, who is asking that question. My teammates weren't asking that question. They were like, yeah, we just need to save money and we need to do whatever we can. I'm like, we don't need to be tracking everybody's move. What do we have now? How can we minimize the privacy? And how can we work with that? If I wasn't in the room, who knows what they would have done?
Yeah, 100%. I wanted to focus on the importance of data minimization. So, like, as a company, when you're creating solutions like this that do require personal information from people, you want to make sure that you're collecting as little as possible. Even in the realm of cyber, right? You want to focus on least, what is it, least access? Is it least viable access or something like that? But yeah, so pretty much making sure like nobody has access that doesn't need it, and we're not tracking data that we don't need. Once we do have the data that we need, how can we anonymize it so that the identities and the integrities of the people whose data that we're using isn't compromised? And I think that those are really important practices to have when designing these solutions before the data even comes into play.
The only thing I would add to that is the other ethical piece of that is awareness. Employees have the right to know, like I think employees should have the right to know what data of theirs is being tracked by their employer. Just because if it is something the company is using to increase efficiency, modernize, whatever, make themselves better, then the employees should know that their moves are being tracked and what is being tracked and why and how. Like it should be from top to bottom a clear level set understanding of why we're doing this, the transparency.
Awesome, thank you. We have space for 3 more questions. Did you guys want to ask anything else?
Hi, my name is
Oh, yes. The last thing we'll add to that, it should be communicated in a way that people understand. So accessible language is what I like to call that.
Okay, hi, my name is Kenna. I'm a sophomore at UT Austin with a minor in informatics, and I'm focusing on user experience design. And so 2 things I'm kind of concerned about are the trade-off in profit for companies, which is why they tend to give the excuse of no AI development design, but also since AI is becoming more accessible with like ChatGPT and generative AIs and all that, how it's affecting children as well, like how they not gonna lie, I just look at like my cousins and what they do in like middle school and high school and how they just utilize ChatGPT, and like as we're like in college and like professionals, we got the skills because we didn't have AI necessarily, so we're for the most part we have the ability to be more mindful, but because AI is so accessible, they don't have that same mindfulness, I suppose. So my question is, as future and mindful innovators, how do we promote those concerns for representation in design and development while being mindful about past generations and the future generations of things we're going to innovate ourselves?
Okay, she's teaching us today. Okay, that's deep, deep. This is my bread and butter right here. As an educator, I'm gonna put on my teacher hat. The kiddos who are using it in the middle school and high school levels, their brains are still developing, and so they have to learn how to navigate this space. I think that we have to think differently about what education will look like because it'll never be the same. Here in Austin, Texas, just straight down 183, there's a new school. I think it's Alpha School, but the students are using AI and computer-based learning for 2 hours a day, and then the rest of the day, they are doing things that are life skills. Like, how do I cook? How do I create an effective budget? How do I start a business, right? So they're getting the academic components, but then if my passion project is I want to start a dog walking business when I turn 12, I'm gonna create a business proposal plan. I'm going to get my investors to give me the capital to get started, right? And so it is a huge shift in how we think about education and preparing future generations. And again, this is my teacher hat, not my work hat. And so I think that we have to be okay with allowing people to decide what is important for them to learn for the trajectory that they want in their lives. And so we might have our own opinion, our own thoughts about what is important for education, but it's different for everyone.
I also want to add that I think outside of the schools and at home, it's important to nurture those relationships between generations, and do the teaching, that we can provide alongside what they're using now. So, it comes down to sitting down and teaching them, okay, so how do we do math without a cell phone, right? Or, like, how do we look something up without Google, right? Or how do we, it comes down to like taking the time out to spend with them and teach the skills so that they don't have to rely on tools like AI to get their goals. What was your first question? Forgot.
Universal design thinking, and ethical integration of AI. Is that what you're saying?
I would at the you said you wanted an answer from the company perspective.
Like, how do you personally like advocate, and how do you think company like how do you think companies approach it, and how do you think they should approach it?
Okay, I can speak from the perspective as someone who has thought about those things and prepared product ideas for with AI included. And I can tell you the factors that I thought about was if we're going to use AI to apparently make people smarter or replace parts of their jobs, what is that human element? People are really like their self-identity is in feeling competent and intelligent in their jobs. And so communicating to them that, hey, we just brought on this new AI tool to help you with your job, they're gonna get extremely defensive. Not because they're against technology, but because it's a threat to their sense of self. So understanding that psychological factor of, okay, we need this AI tool in order to make our workforce more productive, but we also want to keep them empowered. We don't want them to feel like they're incompetent, like they're not smart enough. So how do we communicate the benefits to them in a way that keeps their confidence? And if there are any features that
I'm gonna move around the room and like talk to you guys for about 10 minutes on like what y'all would do and what we should all do, and then we'll all share at the end. Yeah, and then Celine will lead us through that too.
Yeah. I guess you could go to this part of this third of the room, and then you could go to the exactly. Okay, so right now, I guess do we like number them off or something? I think this section. Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Also, quick thing, we have about 10 minutes to kind of work through this, so we'll kind of have a timer set or whatever, but kind of work in with time in mind, but because we have to get to the next phase of the conference. Okay, sorry. Okay, everybody, we're going to be wrapping up the workshop today. Thank you guys so much for participating in Ethics of AI. If you guys can give yourself a round of applause. Thank you so much. Okay. Wait. Okay, so we wanted to kind of get you guys key takeaways from today's workshop. So if I could get one person from each group to volunteer to tell us what their takeaway from today's workshop was, and it has to be a student. No one? Okay.
My takeaway from this discussion or today?
This discussion, or just like the session of AI sessions.
Okay, sorry y'all. Okay, my takeaway. Oh my gosh. Okay, hi guys, I'm Kenna again. I go to UT Austin, so I'm with Texas herScript Bangers. And so, something I took away from today is that the biggest thing about AI, personally, you need to be mindful about how you use AI and then how AI impacts the things that you're doing. Just making sure that you're not brain rotting by using AI, in the words of one of our lovely panelists. So yeah, that's what I got from today.
All right, so from our second group here, who wants to go? Okay.
Okay. Hi, my name's Michaela. I go to UTSA and I'm the program chair for herScript. And my takeaway from today was that AI, we just gotta use it in a smart, mindful way. And it's helpful. Yeah. I'm a business management major, so I'm not too much on AI, but yes.
All right, and then we're gonna have one more person from this group. You have to be a student.
Hi, my name is Sarah. I'm from the University of Texas at Austin. From our discussion, we talked a little bit about how in roles like this, you are going to have to make some of those harder decisions. And especially with something like specific to this discussion, we said that it's important to show clarity to your employees, especially when you're like, okay, like you realize that there's a problem, you are going to have to show that clarity, but also being able to let other people know what they can do before like maybe like the end of the year comes and you're having to let some people go. So being able to like having a little bit on both sides. I have a responsibility to let you know and to be like thorough with you, to give you training about our policy, but you also have the responsibility to uphold that standard now. And if not, then you're either like you will be let go or you will get to stay on. But that's probably the biggest takeaway from our discussion.
Thank you so much. So this concludes our session for ethics of AI. So we're going to be transitioning to lunchtime. So it's going to be lunchtime, so you can kind of disperse. We have lunch back there available for you guys, and it's for about an hour, right?
Yes, so we'll have lunch for about an hour, and first we'll get a picture of our Ethics of AI panelists on the stage, and then after that, you guys can feel free to network with them and talk to them. Make sure to get their LinkedIn and all of that good stuff. So yes, can I please have my Ethics of AI panelists up here so we can take a picture of y'all, please? Give us 2 seconds. Our photographer needs 2 seconds.
One second.
The names. Okay, and our photographer is coming too. Yes. Okay, y'all. So we're gonna transition into lunch, but really quickly, our lovely lunch is sponsored by our lovely sponsors at Optum. So we're gonna have Miss Patricia Jordan introduce herself really quick. So if you guys want to speak to Optum or learn more about Optum while they're here. So yeah, Miss Patricia Jordan, everyone.
Hi, Patty. Patricia's super duper formal. So my name is Patty Jordan. I've been in the IT industry for almost 30 years now. Been working for Optum for about 15 years. And one of the things I'm proud of at Optum is we provide software and services and partner with healthcare organizations to make healthcare better for everyone. So as we shift into being more mindful about how we bring healthcare to our communities, Optum is one of the partners that helps providers do that. The other thing that I'm very proud of Optum is how we're investing in our communities and partnering with organizations such as this to make sure that we have diversity in our workforce, right? Because if we don't have that diversity in our workforce, how are we going to create software that represents and treats all of us equally? And again, that's one of the things that I'm very passionate about. I started an ERG within Optum to make sure that I'm bringing more people that look like me into the rooms that I enter. And so if you want to talk to me about that, I'll be here. If you want to talk to me about internships that we have at Optum, I'm also here. This is something that, I'm very passionate about. That's a way in. I think you heard a lot of people talk about internships turning into full-time positions, but that's one thing that I work with the early careers with as well. So thank you so much for coming. And the last thing I'll say is I'm very, very, very proud of you young ladies. I've been very impressed with today. I don't know what I expected, but this was not it. But so very proud that I was invited to this. Thank you.
Okay. Feel free to network and have fun and chit chat in between yourselves. We're actually gonna do lunch in 5 minutes. But yeah, so make a new friend. I know you don't know everyone in here, so make sure you by the time you find 5 people, it'll be lunchtime. So yes, feel free to move around too, take pictures, whatever you wanna do, so.
Hey guys, ooh, this mic is loud. Sorry. Hey guys, so we're also gonna start selling some herScript merch in the next in the next 10 to 15 minutes. So we have sweatshirts and t-shirts. The sweatshirts are $30 and the t-shirts are $20. Feel free to grab one for you, your mom, your dad. Limited supply on the sweatshirts, okay? So grab them while supplies last, okay? And then you guys enjoy your lunch. See you in an hour. Thank you.
Sorry to interrupt, but could we get all our panelists on the stage for a large group picture, please? Okay. All our panelists, could we please get a picture of y'all at the front?
Yeah. So. Okay, now let's do a real.
Is it? Do you like it?
Okay, so we're gonna get all our panelists to the front for a picture.
I feel. Oh, sorry. Excuse me, y'all. If we could get the picture right now. Sorry. Could I have one, two? Is this everything? Sorry.
Okay, guys. So we have a really quick announcement to make. So we made special edition conference merch. As you can see, we have our t-shirt. Can you hold up the t-shirt? So we have a front and a back of our herScript logo and everything. Those are gonna be 20. And then we have our sweatshirts on the back with the white font, herStory Season Tech Journey Summit. And we also have the front two. Those are also gonna be 30. And you can get those at the merch table in the back. But yeah, oh, in the front, yes, of the room. Yes, where you checked in. So yeah, y'all have a good lunch. We'll talk to y'all soon.
You want more?
Okay, everyone. So now we are going to transition out of lunch. Let's all please make our way to the seats for our next session. And we'll take a couple minutes to clean up. So, yes. Thank you. Okay, everyone, let's please make our way back to the main seats in the chairs.
Hey guys, let's wrap up our networking.
Yes, please.
Y'all can take your lunch and everything.
Olivia, are you in the room with us?
Okay, please find a seat. Please find a seat in the rows in the chairs. Thank you. Please find a seat. Please find a seat. Please find a seat.
No, it needs to be, it's this one. So you're just gonna, we're gonna have.
Please find a seat. Please find a seat.
Hey guys, hey guys, hey guys. So let's get settled down. Oh, hey! Let's get settled down. We're about to move into our next event of the afternoon. So next, we're gonna get into our honorary speaker. Can we have a wonderful round of applause? So before we applaud her onto the stage, we're gonna kind of get a look into who she is. So could we get a look at her bio? Okay, Mrs. Florence. So, Florence Fadipe is a Nigerian-American registered nurse on the critical and emergency care residency track. Wow, all of that, awesome. And CEO and co-founder of Glimmer AI, an inclusive beauty tech platform that uses AI to deliver personalized beauty recommendations based on facial features and skin tones. Okay, I might need that. Okay, I might need that. A proud first-generation college grad, Florence launched Glimmer AI during her final semester at UT Austin, alongside an engineering and business student through Texas X's, blending healthcare, technology, and beauty into one visionary app. Okay, y'all can give a round of applause for that. Y'all give a round of applause for that. Okay, there's so much about her, but she can tell you about herself better than I can. So without further ado, let's give it up for Miss Florence.
Hi. Do I just sit down? Sorry, I don't know what to do next. Hi. Yeah, my name is Florence, and I think Olivia already sort of said everything about me. That's to know. But yeah, I'm Nigerian American. I moved here like 6th grade and came to UT, went to nursing school, and I just graduated this past December, so shout out to that. I am currently a critical care registered nurse resident because basically you have to do residency after you finish nursing school, and then after 1 year, you're like technically the nurse. So I'm currently doing that, but I'm also the founder and CEO of Glimmer AI, which is basically an AI beauty platform to all personalize your beauty experience. And I co-founded that with a business student and an engineering student that also went to UT. And yeah, I don't know, that's pretty much to me, about me. Does anyone have any questions that I want to ask?
Yes, so we're gonna go ahead and start with our fireside chat
of course.
questions, and then y'all can ask her questions as well. Okay, so could you tell us a little bit about what inspired you to combine your background in nursing with AI and beauty to create Glamour?
Yeah, of course. So, no worries. Doing nursing was like something I was really passionate about. I really wanted to do a career that basically embodied every single thing about a human experience. I actually came to UT as a biochemistry major, and I switched to nursing like as an internal transfer my second semester. And I feel like that was like one of the best decisions I ever made in my entire life, because when I switched to nursing, I was able to finally find my voice. Combining nursing with Glamere was not something that like sporadically happened or anything like that. I was always interested in like, you know, just aesthetics, beauty experiences. During my leisure time, I would find myself talk about, you know, beauty stuff, watch videos, watch YouTube tutorials, all that kind of stuff. But I was having a conversation about how, you know, we currently live in a world right now where there's so many things out there, so many platforms that just talk about a lot of things. And I was like, what if we have something that, you know, personalizes your experience for you, especially with the way AI is going. And I was like, okay, well, this is a way that I can combine something that I've been really passionate about for like a long time and combine it with like something that's currently happening right now, but, you know, do it in a way where people are able to actually be part of that experience. Like, I'm not just creating a product and telling you like, buy this product. I want you to be able to be part of the experience. And I feel like combining nursing with Glamere was something that was easy for me to do, because I'd already done that in my career path. Like with nursing, I can already personalize my experiences when I talk to people, when I talk to my patients, when I talk to my colleagues and stuff like that. So, you know, the conversation I had about Glamere was just talking to two other people, and I was like, you know, like, what would it be like if there was an app out there that people are able to just get on it and they're able to, you know, design their own beauty and wellness by themselves and not just cater to like any other people's experiences. And obviously you're gonna draw from other people's experiences, but more so like you're living your own beauty in a way, because it's honestly not a linear way at all. But I feel like that's what allowed me to combine Glamere and nursing. I wouldn't say there's combined, but skills from nursing were definitely utilized when I started doing Glamere, so yeah.
Okay, so would you be able to touch a little bit on how you were able to balance starting a startup and finishing school at the same time?
Yeah, of course. I feel like that's honestly one of the hardest things I've done in my entire life, because a lot of people, they think about nursing school and they're like, oh, like, you know, it's just 4 years and you're not really doing a lot. And why didn't you go to med school? Because I'm Nigerian and a lot of people ask me that. And in my head, I'm like, nursing school is like something that a lot of people don't think about, and it's actually really hard, especially if you go to a school like UT where the program's like a 4-year track and you're having to do like certain prereqs and doing 12-hour clinical shifts while also trying to get like experiences at hospitals working as an extern. Like, it's a lot. But I think one thing that allowed me to balance it was the fact that, first of all, I have been a leader my entire life, so responsibilities are like things that I often like to carry, and it wasn't like something that I was like, okay, I can do it. But I think also having a really great team, like the Glamere team, shout out to them, allowed me to be able to like stay grounded in what I was doing. Like, I was not doing everything by myself. I was leading the team and I was saying, this is what I feel like we need to start implementing into what we're doing right now. And because I had a really great team, I was able to fall back on them on times where I had to do my clinicals or I had to go work, because I had a part-time job too, so that was hard, but that's what I did. And I think I'm really grateful that my team were there for me during that time, so yeah.
So you talked a lot about your team.
Right.
What is the most important aspect of someone building a startup? For instance, do they need to be more determined, or do they need to have a more willing spirit or more flexible? What essentially helped you build your team?
I think I was just a very completely transparent person. I'm also very vocal. So I'm like, this is what I want, and this is how I want us to be the startup. And I'm also open to like hearing other people's opinions. But one thing about building a team is that you're not just building it by yourself, you're building it with like other people, and you're connecting other people's experiences with what you're doing. So that allows you to be able to like think outside the box. Whatever it is that you're thinking might be best for you, but when you combine other people's strengths and other people's like ideas, you realize that your idea can go from like a little small thing to something bigger than you can ever imagine. And I think that's what Glamere was. Like, I started with the visionary, like, we can have an AI personalized beauty platform. And then when I started talking to people, they were like, oh, they're this is actually a need, and this is actually something that people would really like in our society today. And I realized that we can't just make it a beauty platform. We can also make it a wellness platform. We can also make it such that people are able to get ideas for like their skincare and all that stuff. And I think my team was one of the biggest reason why I was able to do that. But yeah, I think if you want to start a startup, definitely having the right people like in your corner, but most importantly, being vocal. Like, talk about what you really want. Like, you can just downplay it. Like, if this is what you want, say this is what I want. And if people reason with what they're saying or what you're saying, they're gonna agree with you. And if they don't, they're gonna give you their own ideas. And that way you're able to like start thinking outside the box.
Okay, so we're gonna flip the script a little bit.
Okay.
So what role do you think AI should play in redefining beauty standards?
I mean, that's a great question. I feel like right now there's like a lot of buzz about AI, and especially when I was like in nursing school, people did not really deem AI to be something that was like in a positive mindset. It had like sort of like a negative connotation to it. But I think that's like where we come in as people like in tech spaces. Like, we have to realize like what role we can play to make this play in a positive mindset. And I think especially for beauty, like as a black woman, you know, like when I moved here, like I grew up with people telling me like this is like the right way that beauty is supposed to be defined and like the right standards. And then like, you know, we evolved as a community, as a society. And I think that's what I want Glamere to be. Like, I want it to be a platform where you're able to like define your own standards, and it's not just like what people are telling you to do. Like, you go on social media platforms right now, and there's a lot of people that are selling you products or telling you like, this is what you need to do. This is how I did my skincare routine, or this is how I did my makeup routine, and this is how I want it to look. But it's like, deep down, if you do the math, those people are getting paid to do those ads. And just because it's right for them doesn't mean it's right for you. And I feel like I want whatever Glamere is doing to be able to take that away and personalize it. For AI being like in a beauty space, like it's something that's very tricky, or I think that's what other people think. But I feel like we can use it such that we're able to eradicate like traditional beauty standards and start creating like a space for our own beauty.
I like that. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and flip the script again and get audience questions. So who would like to start us off? Well, Miss Ladidra Lee is gonna start us off.
What are some of the challenges you faced, and how did you overcome those?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, when I first started, I was like, how are we gonna get money? Because that's what a lot of people don't want to talk about. Like, when you talk about money, when you're creating a company, it's kind of like, oh, you're too forward, or like you don't know what it is. But I was like, how am I gonna get money to be able to like fund all the things that I'm currently doing right now? So I was like, I need to start applying to grants. I need to start applying to pitch competitions. But keep in mind, this is my first time ever like doing anything related to tech, anything related to business. So I had no idea what I was doing at all. And I was like so scared that, oh, like maybe this idea that I had was just like a little something that I had in my head, not really gonna come to light. And then I started talking to people, I started talking to friends and mentors, and one of the pitch competition that I first applied to, we didn't get that. But then I applied to like an innovation grant at UT, and I sort of just wrote my story. I didn't talk about like, oh, this is what I want to do with my business. I wrote my story, like what made me decide to bring this app to like life and to bring this idea to life. And writing me that story earned me my very first grant at UT. And I think that was like the very first, like, when I got that grant, what it told me was like, this is an idea that's gonna make it big. Because at first I was like, maybe people are not really believing in what I'm doing, and maybe people don't really care. And not that you should care about what other people think, but I am selling a product to women and to the beauty industry, so I need to care about what they think. So I guess getting that grant allowed me to realize like, okay, this is an idea that I can work with, and if somebody sees the vision and gave me this grant, then I can see the vision too. But yeah, to answer your question, I think some of the challenges that we faced so far was just like getting to see like how this is gonna play like in real life and not just as an idea, and also like getting grants and like getting competitions and all that stuff to be able to like fund our stuff. But yeah.
Okay, that was great. So our next, sorry, I probably just popped up.
No, you're good.
But our next question will be from Taylor.
Okay, my question, you talk a lot about team and being able to help other women.
Right.
So when you were searching for your team, what were some qualities that you were looking for, and how has that helped with your work and your product?
Yeah, thank you for asking that. I guess when I was searching for my team, first I co-founded Glimmer with like 2 other people. So we set up that together. But whenever we started looking for other people in our team, we were looking for people who were like very dedicated to what they were doing, and they were like super transparent. Like if something's not working out, let us know something's not working out, and then we can fix it. Because it's one thing for you to like start an idea and like start building it up, and then things start messing up and you don't know what's going on. And then I guess another thing is that I wanted to work with a team of people that were like emotionally up there. And I don't know if you know what I mean, like emotionally aware of what they're doing, because I feel like Glimmer sounds like an idea that's so big in like the tech space and like with AI and all that stuff. But there's an emotional aspect of it. And it's just connecting beauty with wellness, which is like something a lot of people don't usually talk about like in the tech space. So I wanted people that were like emotionally like aware of that fact to be able to work on that team. And that's when I started like choosing like who can work with us and who cannot work with us. And so far I think people are seeing the idea, people are understanding like this is something that needs to be talked about, especially like in the world today. Like we define beauty however we want to do it, but so many people don't want to have the conversations about how traditional beauty standards have always played the role the entire time.
Hello,
Hi.
my name is Delapo. I'm a 4th-year neuroscience major at UT. And my question was to ask about how, like your app, Glimmer AI, can I ask how it's different from other makeup recommendation apps like YouCam, Face App, and all that stuff?
Yeah, I guess, thank you for asking that. Like I said, the emotional aspect for sure. And then I guess another thing that is coming, which might be another question someone else may want to ask soon, is the community aspect of the app. So when I was building the app, I was like, I want something that's gonna bring together like a community. And one of the things that we're currently working on right now is a community like platform, a community hub, where people are able to like discuss what they're like currently doing, like just like in a very like short way, very swift, nothing crazy, like I'm going on a date night tonight and I'm wearing this lipstick. What shade do you think looks better? Just like, I mean, a lot of women also use the Flow app. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar, but when you go on the Flow app, there's like community platforms where people talk about like the experiences that they're going through, and they're very comfortable doing that. I want Glimmer to be able to do that, but in the beauty industry. And I feel like that's what's gonna make it different from every other app. I mean, every other beauty app that's out there is usually recommending to you like one product, and they're like, oh, use this product and this is how it's gonna look. And I feel like adding a community aspect to it, where people are able to bring together like how they look, how they wanna define how they look, their perspective about beauty, is like something that's different about Glimmer.
Okay, so who would like to ask our next question? Okay, I feel like I saw the hand in the wrong place. My bad, guys. Also, y'all can just come up here too, so it'll be easier for me.
Hi, my name is Kenna,
Hi.
and my question is, what is something that you have learned about yourself in this process of building Glamour AI and becoming a CEO that you really enjoyed and think that we can learn from?
Yeah, of course. I'm glad you really asked that question. I think this is like a personal experience for me, but I'm the eldest of my family. And because I'm the eldest, I've just sort of like gravitated towards like leadership roles, you know, a lot of responsibilities. I was like not usually the most carefree person ever in college. I was always like books, books, books. I need to get this grade. I need to do this. I need to do right. And I guess like I edited so much about myself, and I didn't really like the fact that I was very like straight to the book, very strict with like what I was doing and how I was doing it. But I feel like that's something that has really helped me with like Glimmer. Like being a leader is something that I really enjoy doing right now, because I'm currently working on something that I do enjoy doing. And I feel like that's something that I would basically advise other people to do, like, you need to recognize your own strengths and you need to play to your strengths. Whatever your strength is, you need to leverage that and utilize that in whatever it is that you're building, whatever it is that you're working on, because that takes you like farther than any other thing could. And I feel like being a leader is something that I really enjoy doing. And when I'm on my team, everyone allows me to do it and everyone allows me to just completely be myself. And I feel like with that, I'm able to come up with like certain ideas that we can work on, certain things that can make us, you know, different from other beauty platforms, like someone asked earlier. And yeah, but just recognizing your own strengths and also talking to a lot of people. I hated talking to people. Like, I actually don't like talking. Like, right now, I'm super nervous. I'm not sure if people can tell. But it's like talking to people would get you farther than you can ever imagine, because sometimes you have like a really tiny idea and you think about it to yourself, or maybe you write it down. But if you don't talk to anyone, it's just an idea that you wrote on a book, and that's it. And you close that book and then up to the next chapter. But once you start talking to people, once you start saying, okay, this is what I'm thinking, what do you think? Do you think we're working this together? Like, it sets you further, and it also puts you in rooms that you can ever imagine. Like, for example, I never imagined that I would be sitting up here talking to you guys. So I feel like being a leader, which is like gravitating whatever strengths you have, and also just like talking to people, those are like my top two that I would advise. Thank you.
Okay, I have a question here.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay, so with the rise of AI and like its current trajectory, where
Right.
do you see Glamour AI going in like the next 3 to 5 years?
Yeah, thank you for asking that. So with Glamour, I really wanted to be like your digital BFF, like a best friend, like something that would allow you to be able to like start your routine from like the very start to like the finish. Not just for beauty or makeup, but also for like wellness or like for skincare. Like, I feel like the community aspect is something that we can, like, if we really own on that, just from like my side of the things, I feel like a lot of people are able to just like start talking about, you know, themselves and like what they feel like beauty is to them, and just like be completely themselves, like unapologetically. And I feel like in the next 3 to 5 years, I want Glamour to be like a digital like BFF platform where people are just like, okay, I just need Glamour to be able to, you know, do the skincare routine real quick. Like, what do you guys think? And it's literally helping you from like start to finish. Or maybe you're having conversations with like some of your girlfriends and you're able to use Glamour to do that. But basically, like, when you just like go on YouTube right now and you search up like maybe one of your famous YouTube influencers that does makeup really well, and you're like watching whatever she's doing and you just really enjoy what she's doing, and you're doing your makeup while she's also doing it. I want Glamour to be able to do that, and I think that's just like an idea that's in the back of my head. But in the next 3 to 5 years, I want it to be like everyone's digital BFF platform, not just for women but like for men, because it's not just covering beauty, but it's also going to be covering like skincare and wellness. And I think that's where I see Glamour going. Hi. So like, I guess when I had the idea, I spoke with like 2 other people that I knew were gonna be like super knowledgeable about what I was talking about. And they were actually men. So my 2 other co-founders are men, and one was an engineering student and one was a business student. I wanted someone that was like really versatile, not just about like the technical aspect of it, but also about the business aspect of it. And I feel like my other 2 co-founders really add that. It was something that I didn't have, and I recognized that. So just like hearing them talk about whatever things that they're talking about on how we can get started with their process, and learning from them. Like, we have weekly meetings where we're not just talking about like what we're doing on the team, but also like our wellness journey, like how are you doing like as a founder. And I think that's like something that I really enjoy, because I'm already sort of like visualizing how the community aspect is going to play on my platform in real life, and that way I'm able to like comment on it. But yeah, we just sort of like, you know, we talked about how we're going to launch certain things, and we started building our team, and we started just like seeing like how 2 and 2 could play. We had like trials and errors for sure, like whenever we would like try to get it on the App Store and like the Google Play Store and all that stuff. And but I guess so far so good. Like it's been going well. We're currently working like on a really big update right now, so it's like I can't really talk much on that. But I guess the timeline was just like we talked, we started our process, we built our team, and we just ended up just recognizing each person's roles and responsibilities, and like we went from there. And so far, every week we reconnect, we talk about what we're currently working on, what we're doing, how we can do better, and what's next. And I think that way it helps us be grounded as a team, but also like as individuals who are just like the very first time finding their own company.
Okay, woo, sorry. Okay, let's give it up for Flo. So now we're gonna go ahead and present our award. So Olivia's gonna tell us a little bit about the Morgan DeBon Award.
Okay, let's give another round of applause for Miss Florence.
Okay, so the Morgan DeBon Award is given to a rising innovator, someone who is making changes as of recent and using their different communities and efforts to essentially create something and create a new space, essentially a blue ocean of management. So yeah, we really appreciate Flo for being here. We have an award to present her with. Everyone give it up for Flo.
Hello? Great. Okay, let's give one more wonderful round of applause for our honorary speaker. Okay, so next up, we have our lovely Miss Laditra Lee. She's gonna be our keynote speaker for today. I'm just gonna tell you a little bit about her, and then she's gonna kind of come and give you all of the good sauce that she came here with, okay? So Ms. Laditra Lee is a highly motivated, driven, and competitive technical IT executive with over 23 years of experience specializing in areas of software development, engineering, web and mobile live streaming, cloud architecture, mentorship, attracting, hiring, and directing amazing technical talent. She's really gifted. Wow, I love that. Building engaging teams, recruiting and developing strong talent, while also ensuring a diverse and inclusive environment where everyone feels valued. There's so much more I could say about her, but as I said earlier, she can tell you way more about herself. So without further ado, let's welcome Miss Laditra Lee onto the stage.
Yes. Hey, hey, hey. I am so thankful to be here. Awesome. Okay, don't nobody want to dance with me, so you know, it's like, okay, I appreciate the front row. Everybody's like, okay, I'm vibing too. I know y'all have had a long day, so I will not keep you. I just want to give it up to herScript. Amazing organization, amazing job y'all are doing, honestly. And y'all here at UT doing this, okay? How many of y'all that look like y'all are here at UT? Honestly. Oh. I also want to give it up to the young lady who just spoke, Florence. You're so amazing. So amazing. Such a beautiful, beautiful young lady. Entrepreneur, driven, and that's what all of you are out here. Entrepreneurs, driven. That's why it's not a lot of you all in the world. Y'all realize that? Y'all know we was called a minority for a reason? See how different we look? No, when you look at our melon, how different it looks amongst the crowd, no matter where you go. And so many people sit in the sun and bake and put their life at risk to look like you and look like you and look like you. People sitting in beauty salons, getting all type of injections to look like you and you. Trying to get their hair to look like you. But let's go back. We haven't always been this confident, right? Because of the blood and sweat of our ancestors and what this world has done and what they thought was right. But throughout all of that, we stand here today at the University of Texas, Austin, able to do this without having to have police officers and fire trucks and people that don't look like us waiting on us to walk out of this room and hose us or gun us down. Each one of you all, you have that in you. So whatever you see that doesn't exist today and you know you need it, and if you need it, that means other people in the world needs it. Create it. It's in our blood, it's in our ancestors, and that's why God has blessed each and every one of you all, whatever your story is, to be here today. And I stand here before you all, broken, imperfect, but God always puts me back together every single time, because everything that's worth having, you gotta work for it. So when you walk in that room and nobody else is in that room that looks like you raise your head high, you put your shoulders up broad, and you just be who you are. God gonna give you everything. He's already given it to you. Right now, we are going through the journey of life, acknowledging and learning what God has given in us, because it was in you before you was even created. And it's still in you today, even when you go through disappointment, sadness, hopeless, depression, suicidal thoughts. All of those things make us who we are today, because the challenges we're going through, they build us up to be that storm, that sunshine, that rainbow. Think about the storms that come through. Y'all realize when that rain come through and it's a big storm, how beautiful that sun is shining when that storm is over with, and that rainbow you can see, that's all of us. And that's the smiles that I see on you all's face, because I know you probably feel it every single day, especially here at UT Austin. Now, I'm a little country girl that came from Memphis, Tennessee. Born and raised in Memphis, Tennessee. I had two older brothers and I had a half sister, but I was pretty much my two older brothers in the house. I came from two parents. Both of them were like the first, well, my dad was like the first to get his degree in his family, but these are teachers. And I remember thinking about like what I wanted to be, and everything around you, when you look at it, you kind of only think about the things that you want to be when you grow up. It's what's in front of you, right? So it's like, okay, well, I want to be a teacher. I want to be a beautician and all of that. But my parents were like, I want you to be more. I don't want you to have to struggle like I did. So I'm like, okay. And so then I went into computer science. But when I came from a purely Black everything. Black elementary, middle school, high school, and college. So when I got on my first internship, I had a wake-up call, and it was a co-op. And I remember being in college, even for the first visit, I changed my major that first visit Because I sat in this room and I remember it was an older white man, and he was telling us, look to your left and look to your right. Half of these people won't be here. But I remember being so scared of how hard he said computer science would be. So going back, I did choose computer science because of the salary, the amount of money you can get in tech. And that's really where my parents were like, I know you can do all these things and you're great at it, because I would do everybody's hair, because my mom is the oldest of 10, so it was a lot of us, a lot of cousins. And so I chose computer science. Salary, I get here to Jackson State. I said my major is computer science. And then he scared the crap out of me, but I went there on a volleyball scholarship. I have to go back, as y'all see. I was on my path, and then in my mind, I was like, well, I didn't tell them nothing about how I even got here from the very beginning. But anyway, so going from that, I'll pause there. So chose computer science, salary, right? But I got there even talking about like the beauty and the storm and everything. And I remember even in high school, struggling, and I was in sports, so my parents didn't have the money to send us to school. So I ended up playing basketball from the 5th grade all the way up through my senior year of high school. And so I was looking for a basketball scholarship, but then I ended up starting to play volleyball in the 10th grade. And my basketball coach is the one who actually took me to Jackson State. And I ended up with a full ride scholarship in volleyball, which I didn't start playing volleyball until the 10th grade. So there's always a way, and God always has different twists and turns in our life. So fast forward, they got me on a full paid 4-year scholarship to play volleyball at a HBCU, which is where my dad graduated from as well. So I was like, look at that. So every closed door I've had, even when I was looking for like money and scholarships and I really wanted to play basketball, God still, his plan always was better than my plan, right? So I went there and played volleyball, and how awesome is that to go to the school that my dad, went to. And this came from, we always say don't judge a book by its cover. My basketball coach was this little lady about 4'6", and she was dating this, she was a little white lady like 4'6", and she was dating this guy like 6'7", black guy at Jackson State University. He was the head basketball coach for the men. And so you would never put those together, which goes back into what Florence was talking about. We was talking about our strengths, and we all naturally gravitate to people who look like us. So y'all think about that. Y'all keep that, because in corporate America, we don't do that when we get in corporate America, and I'll tell y'all why. Y'all probably know that why. But isn't that amazing how you may be looking like, how is this little bitty little white lady gonna help me get to where I am today? But God works through his children. We're all here for a purpose, and it's not about us, but it's that bigger purpose that he has for us, right? And so he worked through her to contact her boyfriend, and then the volleyball coach had just started at the school. And so anyway, went to try out, got there. Okay, they were impressed, but then I was scared, right? Yes, I was gonna go there, but computer science, I'm like, this man just scared the crap out of me. While I was there for that college visit, I changed my major to mass communication. Interesting, right? I was just like, well, what else can I do? I can run my mouth. And so then I get to college, first day, and I get my first grades, and it said mass communication. I run back to the office, and I changed it immediately back to computer science. But I wanted to just share that piece of it, because that goes to show when we get scared of something, a lot of times we'll go and be like, well, maybe I can't do that. And how scared I got when I got on campus and hearing this professor talk about how hard it was, I immediately froze and was like, I stepped away. And you're gonna deal with that in your life. And I've dealt with it a lot in my life. If you look at me on LinkedIn, I've had several jobs, right? So I met my husband in college, met in the computer lab, but was helping a friend. But you just never know. So anyway, I guess God put him in the right place at the right time, because I was able to get a BB, a BA, and a bachelor's degree. So BBD, yeah. So and my daughter is here with us today, Sanaya. So she's our youngest in the crew. But I just want y'all to remember, the power that you all have and the unique gift and the path that God may take you through, but it's all for his ordained purpose. And a lot of times I had to keep reminding myself when I felt like quitting and running away from being in tech. My first job was at Motorola. I was there for like 14 months. And then I was laid off. And I was training somebody to take my job before they came and notified me I was laid off. Because you're like, okay, I'm supposed to go work with this person is new, I'm assigned to them. So you just go here, you're working with them. 2 months later, after I've trained this person, I was laid off. I was devastated. And I'm just like, okay, well, God took me through all of that just to lay me off 14 months later. Then I'm in the gym a few months later, and a lady is beside me on the elliptical machine. And she's like, hey, so what brings you here in the middle of the day? And I was like, oh, I was laid off. And then she was like, well, what do you do? And then I said, well, I'm in tech. I've been doing like software testing. And she was like, I think my sorority sister does the same thing. She called her sorority sister right there, and her friend was like, yeah, I'm hiring. I was just like, look at God again. He always opening doors. From when I couldn't get an internship and then I finally got it, or I couldn't get a basketball scholarship, he said, well, I got a full ride over here. It's a volleyball scholarship. So that door was closed. You got your first job a month before you were coming, because my husband came here in '98, and I was getting jobs everywhere else except Austin. But 1 month before I graduated, he got me the job here. 14 months later, I'm laid off. I go to the gym. I'm standing here beside this lady. Boom. Black lady from a HBCU. She AKA, I forgive her. I'm a Delta. But guess what? But it was just so awesome. So I go. She hired me. I went there to interview. She was from University of Arkansas PB, so another HBCU. I go there to interview, and the team lead was actually from Jackson State. And I was like, look at God. He just showing out, like all these connections. Go there, was working at IBM for almost 7 years. I was, at the end, I was pregnant with my daughter, then laid off again. 1 month from the time to deliver her. And all I'm like, that's not fair. Like, I can't believe this. They can't do that. Like, I was about to be on maternity leave, and I just remember just being distraught about that. But my mom is always that one, the backbone in the family to pick you up. And so she was like, just stay home. But this just goes to show, like, God always has it in the plan and ready, as long as you're remembering, keep God first and know that every closed door doesn't mean, not ever. That's that next door, like God got something greater for you. And sometimes we can sit in places too long and we don't move because we're so comfortable, but we have to keep challenging ourselves no matter how old we are. You're just gonna keep on growing and growing. You're gonna be my age, almost 50. You still gonna be reinventing yourself every single year, every single season. So just embrace that, because fast forward to being laid off, I remember praying. I said, well, I want to be out for a year. I had always worked 6 weeks off when I had a kid, and then you go back to work. And so I took this almost year, and then I said, well, I want to start working when she's close to a year. I started looking in 10 months. She's 10 months. I get a job. 11 months, I'm starting that new job. So it was like just always, even though I didn't see it, like God's plan, he had it, worked out for me. And then fast forward in my career to like different positions, from being an individual contributor, coming in as an intern, then an associate engineer, then going to junior and senior, and going into management, and now director, on to fast forward to creating my own and being CTO of a startup, then creating my own startup. You see the journey? It's always like you're constantly changing. And people always look at me like, how are you doing it? It's the blood, sweat, and tears that you will continue to put in. And when you go out here in the industry, it's not going to be a lot of people look like you. So I have had everything. I have an idea, but they didn't accept it from me, or I had to spend 2 years trying to convince them. And then a white man comes in, and within a couple weeks of him saying the same thing I just said for 2 years, now we're going in their route. And so all of those things, you may end up experiencing those. And then I was like, oh, well, all these companies have HR. Well, da-ding, sorry, y'all. HR is not really there for you. HR is there to protect the company. So when you have an issue, you have to make sure you have your sponsorships, your mentors, your people, your best friends at work. Because a lot of times when we get at companies and it's us, we'll go and huddle over here to the side and you see another black person, we just go right by them. We don't speak to them, we don't say nothing, and we're scared to go and sit in the same cafeteria, sit at the same table with them. But when you at work, you'll see Indians over here, Asians over here, white folks over here. But sometimes when it comes to us, we be scared to sit together because we like, oh, Lord, I don't want them to think I'm in a gang or I'm favoring like black folks or something. But remember, like, God, that's just the devil trying to scare you because he don't want all this. But you got to make sure, always reach back to your people. The greatest times in my career have been being able to reach back to people that look like me and giving them opportunities and hiring them as interns and giving them their first job. And to this day, I have a young man that I hired from North Carolina A&T University at another company. He worked for me for 5 years, and now he's working with me again. You just never know those connections. And treat people how you want to be treated, not necessarily how they may treat you. But long story short, HR, I've done that route too. I'm the person, I'm gonna be vulnerable with you, I'm gonna be transparent with you, and it's gonna be a lot of rough patches for a black person, especially a black woman in tech. Because not a lot of people are gonna wanna go with your idea. All right, I hope I answered everything. But hopefully you all have some questions. But long story short, throughout all of that, I guess I did have some slides, and I'm just not good at that. Let's just make sure I covered everything. How about that? Yes, limited representation. So always making sure that you're, remaining professional and don't shrink. A lot of times we may shrink because we don't look like everybody else, but keep it professional and bring your talent to the light. Of course, you're already on the educational path. Let's see, I didn't know.
Wait, Miss Ladisha,
Okay.
we actually had some questions. So we're gonna go ahead and get started with those. Oh, we have a question from Miss Mutia in the back. So we're gonna start with her. We wanna make sure we have time to ask all of the questions, so.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you so much for taking time to answer my question. I am constantly exploring tech. I come from the performing arts world and then created a second career in higher education. And so far, I've seen that, at least to me, it seems like different groups of people of African descent tend to kind of stick to their own kind. At least that's what I saw growing up in my professional career. And I'm wondering for you, what have you seen lately happening in the professional tech world when it comes to people of African descent? Do you see more and more collaborations happening or more cliques and separate projects happening among people who are African American, Afro-Caribbean, or African?
Yeah, I have seen that. And I think it's just our natural behavior to gravitate those who look like us or have things in common, like a similar background. And that's okay because it's a natural thing, but like you said, just making sure that we're not creating like cliques where we're not being inclusive. So I always say just making sure you're loving on each other, speaking, being there for one another, and making sure we're making it a safe space, because we could say someone can come and talk to us, but if they don't feel safe with you, then they're not gonna come and talk to you. So just make sure you're being inclusive and aware of, like, am I like only going and talking to, the tall women? Or am I also talking to some men over here or the white men? or, so I just say we always have to just make sure we're being intentional about how we want to network and connect.
Hi, my name is Kenna, and the question I have for you is how's growing up with limited representation in the spaces you wanted to go shape the leader you have become now? And like more into that is like how have your experiences created and curated the brand and standard you have for yourself, the people around you, and the people you would like to impact?
That was loaded. Thank you for that question. I love laughing, yeah. But that was a lot of, I forget. I'm almost 50, girl. Okay, no, but you did say how has, I guess, my identity affected me, like, in tech? I would say I've always been confident in who I am and embraced my, authentic self. I think that it's just that I'm vocal, but it's not a lot of people. Like sometimes you may be shy, and so I would say those who may be a little shy in their career, you may have an idea, but you don't feel like it's the right time, or are they gonna accept it, or are they gonna listen to me? If you have somebody who has a stronger strength than you, those are, have more people in your circle that have their strongest strengths are your lesser strengths. That way you're, how Florence was talking about, just making sure you have a balanced out team. It's just the same way, in a marriage, my husband is almost kind of like total opposite from me, but that balance is good. So I would say just networking and making sure you keep people in your circle that's really close and know you, that don't always look like you or think like you. Make sure you have a diverse, close network as well. You're welcome. Thank you for that question.
Hi, sorry. My name is Michelle. I'm an MIS major here at UT Austin. I was wanting to know what is one thing within this industry that you felt like you had to learn the hard way? That you had to learn the hard way.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a real good one. I'm still trying to learn that one today. I know my daughter gonna be like, yeah, you are, mama. I am extremely stubborn. I am. I'm very stubborn and I'm spoiled. So I would say, like, I think I've been collaborative, but I've always been like a leader. So it's like when I want something and I have an idea, I sometimes can just go and lead, but not bringing everybody along. And I think sometimes we may do that. We'll start an organization, start a company, and we go with all these ideas, but we forgot that we have a board or a committee to start delegating to and getting their ideas and their opinions. So sometimes I could just be like going with my ideas and not getting everybody's idea and then making the decision. So I think that's probably been the hardest for me. And yeah, and I'm a leader and I'm a director now, but I've been working on that.
Okay, so this is gonna be a little bit of a surprise.
Okay. And so for our lovely keynote speaker, Miss Laditra, we would like to award you with the Dr. Shirley Ann Jackson Legacy Award. Can you guys give a round of applause? So this award honors an individual who has made a profound, long-lasting impact on technology and innovation, empowering the next generation through leadership, mentorship, and groundbreaking contributions. So, Miss Lee, everything that you do, nothing has gone unnoticed. We see you, we love what you do, and we pray that you continue to do so. And here's just a little token of our
Thank y'all so much. I appreciate it. Thank y'all.
Yeah. So the presidents are gonna come and take a picture with you too after you get your solo.
And lastly, I just want to say last year I was not in this headspace, so I appreciate them giving me grace, and just want to remind you all to take care of yourselves and check on each other, because I've seen it all, and depression will come and you don't even recognize it because you don't know it. It's never visited you before. So just make sure you hold each other tight throughout, especially doing things that a lot of people are not doing.
Okay, let's give our keynote speaker another wonderful round of applause. She had so much wisdom and insight, and you spoke with such poise, so thank you. So guys, the next and final thing of the afternoon are the... Oh, it's okay. No, the mic, sorry. So guys, our next and our final thing, our final event of the afternoon is the award ceremony. Yeah, you guys clap it up. It's you guys. It's you guys. Right. So there's so much brilliance, so much intelligence in the room. And so we kind of just want to shout some of you guys out. We have scholarship recipients to community change makers, okay? So after each award, we're not going to hold applause to the end, okay? We're going to clap for everyone as they come up. And make sure that you pause for pictures as well, okay? You're going to take a picture with the presidents, I believe. Right? Is it the presidents that they're going to take a picture with? Yes. You're famous. But yes, okay. So we're going to start off with the student awards. So let's get another round of applause for that. Okay, I really like our first one. I'm so excited. Okay, guys, can I have a drum roll? Thank you. Okay, so our first award is Miss herScript. Okay, so this one, she's herScript down, okay, top to the bottom, carries herself with poise, very intelligent, and she know how to dress, okay? You guys give a wonderful round of applause for Miss Selena Johnson. And then you're gonna come on stage. Oh, yeah, you guys are gonna go on stage and take a picture. Hello? Yes. Okay. Congratulations, Celine. And I bet you guys thought that was the only Miss herScript, right? Wrong. That was Miss herScript for UNT. And since there's 3 herScripts, then there's gonna be how many Miss herScripts? 3. So smart. Okay. So next, we're gonna do Big UT next, okay? Miss herScript to UT, look, I know her personally. She goes crazy with everything she does. She actually eats herScript for breakfast and lunch and brunch and dinner. So, yes, she deserves this award. I'm gonna need y'all to do a huge round of, what the song says, a huge round of applause for her, okay? Miss UT herScript is, without further ado, Mrs. Adesua. Woohoo! Good job, Adesua. We see you, girl. Okay. And then we have our last and our best, one of our best, UTSA. So, Yeah, come on, y'all cheer a little louder for UTSA. Thank you. Okay, great. So for UTSA's Miss herScript, she's not here, but we're still gonna recognize her, and we're gonna have the UTSA presidents come up on her behalf, okay? So y'all give a huge round of applause for Mrs. Tega! Woo! Come on, UTSA, period. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Is it immediate impactor for every school? No, or just two? Oh, perfect. Okay, so let's give a round of applause for all of our Miss herScripts. We see you, we hear you, we love you. Thank you for all that you do. And so next on our student awards list, we have the Impact Influencer, okay? I know, super nice, I know. So for this, we have 2 awards. So this is amongst all herScripts. We picked 2 really impactful and influential young women, okay? So I'm gonna need a drum roll for this first one. This first one, guys, I really need a huge round of applause. She works so hard, and she's a freshman. Not only is she a freshman, she's one of my freshmen, and I just love her. But without further ado, our first Impact Influencer Award goes to Miss Moina Jackson. Okay, Moy. Period. She really a senior at heart. Don't play. Don't play. Woo, go Moy. You guys give her a big round of applause. One more. Guys, I can't even start to talk about everything she's done during her freshman year, but like for real, she's going places. So good job to her. Okay, and for our second but our final Impact Influencer Award, I believe she goes to UNT. Okay, Mean Green. Celine said, you're funny. And I actually met her today, and she's so nice and lovely. So without further ado, everybody give a huge round of applause for Miss Medina. Go, Maddie. Go, Maddie. Woo! Okay, guys, let's give a wonderful one final round of applause to all of our award winners. You guys are all very deserving, very, very deserving. So next up, herScript is actually doing a giveaway. I know, y'all aren't excited enough. We're gonna try that again. No. Thank you. Okay, great. So we have 2 giveaways to 2 lucky attendees, and here is how you enter, okay? You make a LinkedIn post by April 25th, so that is next Saturday? Yeah. By April 25th, you tag the herScript nonprofit page, use the hashtag herStory, and everyone who completes this will be entered into a raffle, and the 2 winners will be announced on the 28th. Okay. Y'all want to tell them a bit about what they can win? It's kind of, I heard it's a lot.
All right, so you see the little logos up there, right?
Yes.
Y'all recognize them a little bit?
Yes.
Right. So one could be LinkedIn Premium for free for the whole year.
You're not paying.
No.
You're not paying.
No. And
Make
then,
that
you know, AWS? AWS? Oh, you can
Yes.
get your whole thing for free.
Certification
And
for
then
free.
leak code. I know y'all got some technical interviews coming up. So get that leak code. And then, yeah, we got all the things in store for you guys. But it's up to you. So the two winners will get to choose. And yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Press. And so we have one more final award to give to someone very near and dear to all of our hearts. Our lovely org advisor and our lovely engineering mommy.
Engineering mom.
You guys have to say "aw."
Aww.
Thank you. So without further ado, we are going to call the one and only Miss Muti up to the stage. We appreciate all that you do. You've been riding with us since the beginning. It's like candy. Pretty flowers. You guys want? Yeah, take a solo first. She's so pretty. Thank you so much, Miss Muti. Words can't express how much we love and care for you. And so guys, we've almost come to the end of the road. But first, we are going to have our lovely co-founders, Abena and Demi, come up with a message to close the conference. So you guys please give them a wonderful round of applause as they close us off.
Okay, guys. Hi. How are y'all today? Did y'all have fun today? Yeah. Okay. Which was your favorite session? Financial literacy? Okay. Everything? Just everything, right? Everything. But we just wanted to say a quick little message, a quick little word. Ooh, why am I a little nervous? Okay. But yes, we're just so grateful for everyone who had a part in this whole conference. Like, guys, it was a lot. It looks cute. I'll give it that. But it was a lot. So I just want to say thank you to our Texas herScript board. We had to literally stop activities for the spring semester to fully plan this. So shout out Texas herScript board. And we also want to shout out UTSA and UNT because, wow, first year on campus and they were doing their big ones, okay? We saw the Instagrams, we saw the social media, yeah. They were doing their big ones. So thank you to UNT and UTSA. Clap it up for them. And yeah, I guess we'll share like why we started herScript. I think this is like something everybody always asks us, like, why'd y'all start herScript? Well, I'll tell you now. But basically, me and Abena were like pre-med before. We were like, yeah, we want to be dermatologists. Like, we going to med school, you know, Nigerians. So we were going to med school, but we were like, that's not it. So we decided to even break into tech, basically. And this wasn't like, we didn't talk about it. Like, we just happened to do it at the same time of breaking into tech. And before, like, sophomore year, I think we were like, let's start a Black Women in Medicine chapter, because there's like a national chapter or organization. So we were like, let's start a chapter. That never happened. Like, we never talked about it. We never had a meeting about it. So that just never happened. But then when we were into the tech space and more interested in how to break into tech, we were like, wow, we have all these resources. Let's share it. Like, let's give it to other people. And we had our role models. My sister, who's software engineering, she was my role model, and like Abena.
Yeah,
her
my mom was is my role model. So
So we had many, many role models in our lives. Shout out to our parents. They're here today. Woo! So shout out to them. Like, they have fully supported us from day one. Like, I remember sitting in the kitchen. I was like, guys, I'm starting an organization. I'm like, get with it. Like, you gotta invest now. Like, so I just shout out to them for just supporting. They drive all the way from Houston to Austin to be here today. Oof, girl. But we just want to thank everybody who has played a role in herScript, supporting herScript, even the people that are not here today. Like, I've received messages all day today about like, wow, so proud of you, thank you, like, y'all are doing your big one, congratulations. So it really takes a village. I think that's a main African proverb. It takes a village to really get something done and nurture something like this. So yeah, let me not talk too much before I start crying, and then Abena can talk.
yeah, I would honestly. I feel like Demi said everything very perfectly. As someone, LOL, videography. Yes, I got y'all. As someone who was introduced to technology very early, like as a kid, I didn't really like it too much because I didn't really see representation like me when I would go to STEM camps and stuff like that. It wouldn't really be that interesting to me. And then when I got to college, my parents really helped me rediscover how to love tech again, as they're also in technology. And so being able to like meet with Demi and and create a space where you can literally do whatever you want. In herScript, we have the future doctors, future lawyers, future engineers, future anythings. Basically, essentially, people who care anything about technology and how it impact all of us in the end, because you can't deny it. Like, we're literally a technology-infused society now. But the biggest thing I really have to say is herScript has really taught me that you can literally do anything you want. Well, my parents always tell me that, but and I put it in my head if you know me. But herScript always reinforces to me every day that you can literally do anything you really want to do, and even seeing all of you guys also really inspires me and really keeps me going, and whatever is y'all's good news is our good news. So I really appreciate y'all being here.
Yeah, so our next part is to introduce our next year initiatives. So let's get excited. Woo! Okay, so next year, this song is
Hey. Okay. So for next year, a really big thing that we do have is we're gonna have 3 main initiatives. Thank you, music. We're gonna have 3 main initiatives. So Afrotech, who loved Afrotech last year? Okay, but this year we're gonna do it bigger, better, more organized, more companies, more everything, and more coordinated effort among all the schools, since we'll have the nonprofit being the major parent now for all of that. And this conference, like, it needs to happen again. So that'll be happening again next year.
Bigger
There's
room?
even a date already.
Oh.
Ooh. And a bigger room, all of that good stuff. And then also we're gonna try to host a K through 12 half STEM day. So really pouring back into the community that we already work with to make sure that we're having initiatives for the next generation.
Also, I just wanted to slide this in real quick. Y'all see that first two words? We're expanding.
Oh.
So coming fall 2025, there's gonna be 2 more chapters of herScript. So we just really thank God for that interest, that expansion at just 3 years old at that time. So yeah. Oh. Okay. what I just talked about, chapter expansion. So we're gonna have 2 more chapters coming this fall of 2025. And then we're also gonna introduce some innovative events and workshops. So me and Abena are graduating from Texas herScript, and we are going to enter the nonprofit side of things. So we're planning on having actual events and like community engagement events so that we can, touch the community in Austin, Houston, Dallas, San Antonio, everywhere, even nationwide. So, yes, and then mentorship and internship. Her Collective, I know Texas herScript, y'all liked it this year. So we're gonna try to expand that next year so it could be statewide, all schools, and even people who are not a part of a singular chapter are able to join and be a part of that program. So, yeah.
So, y'all saw all the things that we are trying to do. And a really big part of herScript is that we've been able to have a lot of funding throughout the past couple years of other companies believing in the vision that we have. But I know we've all been seeing all of the stuff that's been happening recently with anti-DEI laws at the nationwide level. This often causes a lot of companies and even individuals to not want to give to initiatives. So today we are launching our fundraising effort. Woo! So this fundraising effort is gonna go throughout the whole summer, and this is gonna fund our first year initiative. We really wanna make sure that we have enough funding to support all schools so that all chapters are equal in their opportunities. We wanna host certification workshops at all schools and make sure that, opportunities aren't limited to like one environment. So this is the QR code to scan, but the next page is even more important. As students, yes, this is a very cute picture. So as students, you guys can become a herScript ambassador, or even not as students, anyone can. So if you scan and join that link, maybe you can become an ambassador and share with a friend, whether it's your goal is to help us raise, $25, and you think you can do that. Send it to your aunts, your uncle, maybe the one cousin, anyone you can think of.
The WhatsApp group
chat, Facebook, anything you can think of, and we really appreciate everyone's assistance in doing this. It can literally be any amount that you think you can raise. We'd really appreciate y'all, becoming a part of our movement, because, if you can't donate, you can always help spread the movement, so, yeah.
Okay, I think that's it. Okay, so yes, connect with us. Let me go back to the other slide. Connect with us, scan that QR code. That links to, wow, the LinkedIn is blacked out. But I think that links to our LinkedIn anyways. So just follow that website coming soon, so stay tuned for that. But everybody, honestly, look up Texas herScript right now and you'll see the new website made by Taylor. Really cute. So we searchable on Google, wow. But connect with us on email, LinkedIn, Instagram. The Instagram on the org page, herScript.org, has all the updates, all the tea that went down today. So see if you were caught in one of those videos, and make sure to tag us in all conference videos you post and stuff.
Yeah, and last but not least, we'll all be taking a picture on the stage before everyone leaves. So please come up here so we can all get in a nice group picture. And we really appreciate all of y'all being here today. Period. Hello, no, my dad is there too. Bird.
You did a great job. But I saw your brother. Is that your brother in the traditional outfit?
Make your way to the stage. Make your way to the stage. Make your way to the stage. Okay, y'all, so we're gonna move the chairs so we can have space, but please get ready for the picture. Everybody, everybody, get in the picture, please. Exactly the person that I'm looking at. That's how we built the next.
Mic real quick. I got to turn the volume down. Sorry.
Okay. Let's all gather for a picture.
Hello, I'm Tammy. I'm the photographer, or we're the photographers. So real quick, Dolakbo, can you come forward? Thank you, sir. Let me see. Give me a quick second. Chinedu, you're a part of it now. Enter now, enter. Don't worry, give me a door. Ross, how wide? You're good on the wideness, right?
Well, yeah, I just need.
If possible, can you come forward? Yes. Appreciate you. Yeah, Olivia, you and her can both of y'all come forward. Oh, because no, but for real, both of y'all can yourself forward so we can see y'all.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. I'm sorry. Can you step forward real quick? You can step right here. Appreciate you. Olivia, can you take one step forward real quick? Appreciate you. Thank you. So real quick, everyone who's on this row, you guys can just take like a little squat. Yeah, just a little. Appreciate you. No, y'all
Count down. All right. 1.
I doubt it. Oh yeah, that's true.
Big smiles on 3. All right, herStory on 3. 1, 2, 3. herStory. One more. 1, 2, 3. herStory. Yup. That's perfect.
Okay, we're gonna do it again, but it's gonna be a video. Okay. Say herStory. Wait, herScript or herStory? herStory. Wait.
Okay, can I please get all exec to the back area? Or y'all can take pictures and everything for like, I'll call y'all again. Y'all can take pictures for the next couple minutes.
Could we have UNT presidents come for interview, please? UNT Pres, Celine and Chiedza. Yes, also there is a missing black purse. It's just a little black purse shoulder bag. If you see one, I know there's a lot, please bring it to the front, please. Celine and Chieta? Or Faith and Ellen? Are you ready? Did you find it? Okay. Oh, Abena. Faith and Ellen. Take your time, take your time. Also, you guys, please clean up after yourselves, or else we gotta do it all. If you have a wrapper, throw it away, please. Are y'all ready? Ellen and y'all are good. Oh, never mind. Y'all ready?
So can each of the chapters wait behind real quick for a picture?
Each chapter an exec board, or just a president? Okay, can we have the full exec board to the stage, please?
Excuse me, everybody. Perfect. Can we get each exec board for each chapter close to the stage real quick? So if you're on the exec board for UNC, please come to the stage. Okay, exec board and members. Thank you. Man, I love you.
Also, check out our gallery of Black women in tech, Black women in history, Black women in tech.
Yeah. Hey guys, so if you parked in the garage, you can get a validation from the front desk.
Hi guys, can we get UTSA e-board and members to the front, please? UTSA e-board and members to the front. UTSA e-board and members, please come to the front. All the people from UTSA. All right, UT herScript, UT herScript, UT herScript, and members. Oh, I love this song. UT herScript, I'm looking at y'all, but y'all not coming up. UT herScript and members. DJ Cisco on the beat. Okay, UT herScript. UT herScript. Okay, guys, let's arrange. Is all of UT? Okay. All right, last but not least, can we have the herScript in the room? herScript! herScript. His script? OG?
Wow. Are we getting pictures?
All right. herScript. David. Wow, look at all the herScript, the allies. Allies.
herScript. herScript.
herScript. Yes. Look at how good girls look. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Y'all should really start using or something.
Really?
Behind the scenes,
Wait.
Yeah. I feel like I would if I wasn't so busy all the time.
Yeah, that's the thing. Actually editing the content, it's an issue.
But I'll connect with you once I find my phone.
Of course, I will.
Yeah.
I know you've been up and down.
Yeah. Oh, she's calling you. herScript.
Girl, yes. I love when people connect because I need to remember faces. Yes, girl. I'm a senior, but we'll still.
Okay. Now the fun time. Cleanup time.
It's cleanup time. Okay, can we have the UNT co-presidents? Period. UNT co-presidents, please come. If not, UTSA co-presidents, please come. Whoever's ready.
Okay, and then could we get all exec into the back corner over here? We're gonna start cleaning up. Okay, so all exec, please find your way to this corner. Okay. So can I have the posters? Can we take the posters down? Anyone? Okay, thank you. Yeah, so Sedam's gonna take the posters down. Who can help Sedam? Oh, never mind. I think they want to use it for interviews right now. So we can work on a different part of the room.
You want to use these ones? Or do you?
For other people, I'm gonna shoot right here.
Okay, yeah, you can take those. Oh, all of them?
4? Okay, bet.
Let's see what it.
So, could we get all the drinks together and clean this up? Can y'all clean up this section? And we have to be out of here by 4:20. Yeah. Can you help me by boxing up all this merch? And then.
Period. So cute, mom.
No. I love it. Here you go. So you're just gonna scan it, and then it'll make it $10 instead of it being $60. No problem. Okay, can I get 5 people? Can you make the music?
The black one, right? I don't know. I think we have to just wait until everybody we finish cleaning. I put it on the outside. I don't know where it is. Yeah.
It's cleaning up. What?
Also, we have a little bit more gift bags. So if you want more snacks, please take those gift bags. Oh. Sorry. This shouldn't take too long, right?
I'm gonna have them stop the music.
Hi guys, attention please, attention please. Can we have all exec please help clean up and put things away? We need to be out of here by 4:30, so please, please help us. If you have seen a black purse, please let us know. Please let us know. We're still looking for the black purse. It's a shoulder bag, small. All right.
Also, if you have food laying around anywhere, please collect it. Because in the next 2 minutes, I'm gonna throw in any food I see. So please make your way to your food and make sure it's somewhere that is secure. Thank you.